hearing. So we're going to start with I hear an echo, the opening. I would love to entertain a motion to open a public hearing.
I make a motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Okay. I guess we'll have to do roll call or, that's true. All those in favor say aye to opening the public hearing.
Aye. Aye.
Any nays? Okay. Abstentions. Okay. So the public hearing, the first public hearing is open. That's the public hearing regarding the Northampton Capital Improvement Program for FY 2027 to FY 2031. In accordance with Article 7, Section 7-5 of the Charter, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 19th, 2026, 6:30. And the City Council will consider the capital improvement program for FY 2027 to FY 2031 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. So we're going to hear presentations from some departments, and then I'm going to open it up to the public first for their comments and questions. We'll track the questions, and then when the public is done, we'll ask those questions to the appropriate department heads, and we'll go to counselors. But this is a public hearing, and I'm going to put the public first. So first, our presentations, though. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, counselors. Good to see you. Good evening, everyone who's here for the hearing on the capital improvement program. I'm very happy to present it this evening, along with many dedicated department heads and staff who are recommending these projects and have worked very hard on this program. The city charter requires annually that the mayor creates a 5-year roadmap of the potential capital needs of the city across all departments and schools, and submits it at least 120 days prior to the start of the new fiscal year. And then the city council is then required to hold a public hearing, where we are, and adopt the 5-year program by resolution. This highly recommended practice by the Department of Revenue's Division of Local Services outlines the upcoming fiscal year's capital improvements and how they will be funded, as well as provides a blueprint for the beginning planning for the out years projects. It is a renewing plan, and each year it is updated and extended a year. The SIP, as it's known, is not part of the budget. Some communities do them at the same time, especially towns that need to pass all spending at town meeting, but they are not the same funding or process, and there are other key advantages to doing the SIP earlier in the calendar year, including to better compete for contracting bids and to be able to bid projects for the construction season, which is a limited time, and is especially so for school projects, which, as you've noticed, there are many of them. Because that season is even shorter, right? That work needs to be done generally in the summer break time. So you can't approve a project in late May and then be able to go to bid and necessarily be able to accomplish that project in the schools before school starts in this year. I think it's starting at the end of August. So we've been also finding that in these really challenging market conditions that we've been having for a few years now, the long period between estimating and then getting funding approved so it can be put out to bid is resulting in significant increases in what the cost is, which then requires additional appropriations or the project can't move forward. So if we estimate it months earlier and then we get funding, and then when we go to bid it, we're finding these bids are much higher than they had been, and either the project can't go forward or we have to come back and ask for more funding. So as both the SIP and the budget are very time and labor intensive, that's another reason why we don't do them at the same time. It's a lot of work for the departments, for Director Nardi, for myself, and so we do them at 2 separate times. So it's a very long process to get to the SIP that you have before you. The annual process began in the late summer when department heads were asked to submit their requests. Some of these projects are years in the making and have involved many, many hours of expert professional work to get to the plan. Some have gone through feasibility and design to get to a place where they can be added to with a cost estimate to the SIP. And as we've talked about for the last few years, we've been working to align the capital plan with our climate action work and goals. And the CAPA department has been very involved in the SIP process since it was created. So Finance Director Nardi worked with the Capital Planning Advisory Committee in the fall and early winter, and they all met with departments. As has been the case for over 24 years, this committee, which is advisory to the mayor, has assisted the finance director with making recommendations to the mayor. This year, I expanded this advisory committee by adding an additional city councilor, school committee member, and a Smith Folk trustee. I also made their presentation meetings public this year because there was much talk and interest in their work, including misrepresentations of it. So I hope that that window into the advisory committee's work helped correct that. I am very, very grateful for the work of the Capital Planning Advisory Committee, and I'm very happy to recognize them, as I have publicly done every year at the SIP public hearing. So they, for this year, they were 2 council members, former City Councilor Marissa Elkins and Councilor Dubs. Thank you very much, Councilor Dubs. Former school committee member, now Councilor Aileen Davis, who unfortunately isn't here, and school committee member, current school committee member Amy Martin, Smith Folk trustee Julie Spencer Robinson, 3 resident appointees, one being a member of the planning board, which has always been the tradition, who was Jana White this year, Jamie Broussard, who brings a perspective on emergency medicine and services to the committee. And the current longest serving member of the committee is Megan Murphy-Wolf, who's served for over 10 years and brings a historical perspective, especially since the longest serving member before her had been on for 20 years and stepped off a few years ago. So she's the longest serving member at this point. So again, thank you to the committee for your time and your thoughtfulness and your work meeting with departments and those responsible for maintaining capital investments, and for sharing your thoughts and your recommendations. I especially appreciate the questions that you ask of the departments and of Director Nardi. Having the perspective of the committee is very helpful as I make the final decisions that get represented in the program you have before you. So after working with the advisory committee, Director Nardi then works to put together the funding of the projects based on the SIP submissions from the departments, the recommendations of the committee, and the availability of funding. This process involves many meetings with me as we refine and clarify requests and work with the departments, as was the case this year, often making changes or needing to push projects to out years because of funding. And sometimes, even within this process, urgent or emergency needs present themselves and we need to rework things, as was the case with a project that's on in the SIP right now, which is the Academy of Music boiler, which failed after the Capital Planning Advisory Committee did their work and needed to be prioritized in the SIP. So, of course, when these emergencies happen after the SIP's been approved, then we need to rely on reserve funds, which is one of their main purposes. So, moving on to the book. In your book, the first section of the program has a detailed narrative that I'll go over a little bit, especially since we have so many new counselors. So we start with a definition of capital improvements as a physical public improvement involving a facility, parcel of land, or a piece of major equipment with an estimated useful life of 5 years or more and a cost of $10,000 or more. Capital expenses include such things as buildings, new or additions, major renovations, or improvements that extend the useful life of the building by at least 10 years. Land acquisitions, equipment, hardware and software, vehicles, new construction, or major improvements and repairs to infrastructure, including streets and sidewalks, that must extend the life by at least 10 years. And it also includes feasibility studies or engineering design services for potential future capital improvements. The guidelines and policies that the city follows to build and fund the program are in there, including any bonding that is needed, and those are outlined starting on page 2. The finance team goes through the city's funding systems and policies to ensure that any debt taken on is sustainable and that spending conforms to best practices as set by the Department of Revenue and our outside bonding agencies. Bonds are to be paid back within a period not to exceed the expected useful life of the capital project and must remain within the statutory limits in Mass General Law. And before bonded long-term debt is used, the impact needs to be analyzed to ensure that it is sustainable. In this plan, we see that there are a lot of large expense needs that need to be budgeted for outside of the general fund, and we have to have contingencies in case of unplanned emergency expenses. Again, this is a purpose of stabilization funds to address emergency concerns, but also to responsibly plan for funding projects and mandated requirements and to manage the debt service. Some projects work towards goals and projects that the council and the city have been working on and established and reaffirmed for years, like those in the Sustainable Northampton Plan. Some projects are unfunded mandates from state and federal requirements, and we need to plan and budget for all in the short and in the long term. Some of the projects that we must address as emergencies now are because of deferred maintenance and inability to address capital needs in the previous decades when there were not sufficient stabilization funds. And maintaining city assets and moving projects forward, including mandated improvements or additions, wasn't possible when we didn't have those sufficient funds. And borrowing for capital came at a much higher interest rate and therefore more cost to residents because we had a much lower bond rating as the city was considered a higher risk. So it took years to build the stabilization funds back in 2012 when there was almost no reserves, and the capital stabilization fund was at $4,684. And we use these reserves in a planned and responsible way to ensure that we don't find ourselves again unable to meet needs or to address emergencies. So starting in FY14 with the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Plan, the city began making annual contributions to the Capital Stabilization Fund and has been able to maintain doing that with a pause in FY21 because of the financial impact of the pandemic. Also contributing to the reserves in the last few years was the historic one-time federal pandemic relief from FEMA, the CARES Act, and ARPA funds, and the slowing of projects in FY20 and 21 during the pandemic. And as you can see on page 5 in your books, the Capital Stabilization Fund has been decreasing, and we are projecting that there will be less funds available. For the capital improvement program, the city primarily relies on one-time funding sources such as free cash and stabilization funds and borrowing. And a main source is from dedicated funding sources such as the parking receipts, which fund capital projects for the parking system, and enterprise funds for capital projects for their respective systems. So that's the city's water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater and flood control systems. Other funding sources are revolving funds, reprogrammed funds, so funds remaining from other projects, grant or gift funding or state funding such as Chapter 90 for road work, and sale of land funds. Another source of capital funding that you won't see represented here on the plan, but that the council authorizes is Community Preservation Act funding. The capital program this year consists of projects totaling $132,358,913 spread out over 5 years. Again, only the first year has actual financial orders with it. After that, these are sort of a beginning idea of what we think the needs will be. And these are projects that are across city departments plus the 2 school districts, and about $65 million of it is projected to be for public works. The recommended projects for the next fiscal year, which is what we are focusing on tonight, and what you have orders for, total $29,984,505. And then again, the out years are just projections of needs and costs. So $3.9 million is funded by enterprise operational funds. 6.9 is from reprogrammed funds and federal tax credits and grants. 10.3 million is from borrowing, and the remainder is from free cash and stabilization accounts. Moving on to Appendix A in your book, that is a chart listing all the projects by department. And the FY27 projects have orders that correspond with them. The out years, again, have proposals. So you'll see that many of the projects are under central services or other departments, or especially MPS, and they are for building and grounds improvements. And we have a lot from IT. So there's some departments that handle a lot of capital improvements for other departments. Appendix B is organized by year, and it uses the same colors assigned per year in Appendix A. So FY27 is sort of a red color, which is what we're focused on today. And that shows the funding source per project. And then Appendix C includes all the narrative submissions from each department with details of the project. So again, I want to thank the leaders of our departments and divisions for their work and their care that they put into these capital programs. And I want to thank Central Services, School Facilities, the Northampton Public Schools Superintendent, the Climate Action and Project Administration Department, ITS, and DPW for being here this evening as the departments that represent the majority of the needs and projects. It is a very labor-intensive annual project to put together this program. There are many more projects and needs that each department has than are represented here. We ask departments to plan and to protect the city's assets, but they are also very respectful and responsible with the limited resources that we have. So I thank all the departments for their dedication and their expertise, and it continues to be my greatest privilege to work with them. And of course, I want to thank everyone in the mayor's office for chipping in and making this book. Takes a lot of work and a lot of hands. So I thank everyone in my office for helping out, but very special thanks to Sydney Fahey, who works incredibly hard to put the SIP together and created the cover and does an amazing amount of work on it. And of course, we owe Finance Director Charlene Nardi all of the thanks and gratitude. She spends many, many months on the capital program and has dozens and dozens and dozens of conversations with department heads to refine it, not to mention with me, and I ask her a lot of questions. Of course, she does all that work with the Capital Planning Advisory Committee as well. She works incredibly hard for the city, and we are so incredibly fortunate for her experience and her dedication. So all of these projects are important, and again, a great deal of work goes into them, and they're there for the benefit of our residents and the visitors of Northampton, and they are all worthy of discussion. I know you probably won't talk about all of them, but I do want to acknowledge that they are all worthy of discussion. But I think the council president, we're working with me this year to figure out which departments to come and present. And I believe we're going to start with Central Services Director Katie Deppen.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Director Deppen. I first have to thank you for zhuzhing up our chambers.
Yes, yes, you're very welcome. Charlene, do you have the presentation?
We're aiming for 10 minutes each.
What's that? Yeah, it's programmed.
It's programmed just for her height, and then everything else, no one else can use it.
Yes. I'll just go and start while Charlene is pulling up the presentation. So good evening. Thank you for having myself here tonight to present the capital project projections for FY27 for Central Services. I'm also joined here tonight with Tony Kuzniers, the Supervisor of School Maintenance, and Ben Weil, the CAP Director here in the back. Personally, I want to thank them for being here to support myself, but also our department as well. So I just have a brief presentation that I'll run through with you guys. There's some projects we kind of pulled out because we kind of felt some of it is pretty self-explanatory, but we more so wanted to supply you guys with pictures to kind of give a different context of the project. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. So once again, thank you guys for being here tonight. I'll start off with, it's somewhat small, but at the top of the screen, it reads, "We cannot solve our problems without the same thinking we used when we created them." When Einstein said this, he wasn't talking specifically about facilities management, but you could say he could have been. With that, we Central Services are changing the framework. What you'll see reflected in this capital plan, and every capital plan will bring forward, is a department in the middle of a genuine shift. We are moving towards a proactive, data-informed, and strategically integrated model for how we manage, maintain, and invest in the city's physical assets. That doesn't happen overnight. Digital transformation, rethinking longstanding approaches, looking for new solutions, examining problems from angles we haven't tried before. That is a multi-year commitment, not a single budget cycle, but it starts with thinking differently, and it starts now. What we are asking you for to fund today is not just a list of projects. It's the beginning of a new way of operating, one that anticipates need before becoming emergencies, bundles related work to stretch every dollar further, and keeps the city's infrastructure aligned to the modern standards and expectations. We won't get there all at once, but we'll get there, and we'll show you the work along the way. Sorry, Charlie, next slide. So you guys are pretty familiar potentially with this slide when you guys came to visit Central Services about a month back. Hard to read on the screen, but with this, the reason I had shared it with you guys is kind of, these are the majority of our assets within the city, but most importantly is to reflect on the age of those buildings. And I'll simply just say age speaks to that. On average of the buildings that we have, we're about 90 years of age. This slide is just a quick overview as what you all have in the book for FY27. I won't run through each one of these, but the overall picture is we have roughly about 19 projects that stretch across the 3 divisions in which we operate with, which is city buildings and infrastructure, school buildings and infrastructure, and then our parking infrastructure. So the first one I'll start with of this project is our parking garage repairs. Specifically, I'm going to highlight some topics in regards to our E.J. Gare parking garage. Our E.J. Gare parking garage is a 37-year-old parking garage. It is a 5-level precast double T concrete structure reinforced with carbon steel rebar. Construction materials that technically would not be used in today's building practices. Many garages built in the 1970s, 80s are now experiencing significant failures attributable to the carbon steel rebar, which is highly susceptible to corrosion. Due to the seasonal conditions in which we live here in New England, the structure is exposed to that, particularly road salt and chloride infiltrations. These failures become exacerbated basically over time, and especially depending on the winters we have, especially like this past winter. Modern construction would utilize stainless steel rebar or fiber and reinforced polymer alternatives nowadays. So with that, at 37 years old, E.J. Gare is approaching basically a 40-year threshold that structural engineers consider the critical assessment window for parking structures of this type and era. We right now are conducting an assessment, a condition assessment of the garage with Hoffman Architects. This assessment is going to inform us of the immediate items to maintain safe daily operations and outline a path forward, whether that is doing a major rehabilitation or full replacement. So that kind of gives you an idea of these pictures here are just a few images of the current status within the garage. And the top left one there just kind of shows an example of a type of repair in which we would end up doing with this garage. So our facility's asset inventory and data collection. If this is funded in the partnership with a vendor called Alpha, we would be conducting asset inventory across all citywide owned buildings and properties, meaning schools, city, and parking. This process would include a technical system level review of all major building equipment and infrastructure, basically capturing asset inventories, condition ratings, long-term replacement cost forecasting. From this data, a preventative maintenance schedule is developed for each asset, and it basically will then be imported into an asset management system, which is the one we're working on right now. It's called Brightly. That platform we're in the process of building. This foundation ensures that we can accurately plan and budget for future projects, track work history, and maintain continuity of knowledge across, people that are here present or in the future. Any staff member responding to an asset, including new employees, will have immediate access to the full history, documentation, condition data for that asset in one centralized location and at their fingertips while they are in the field. So I'll start with City Hall here. City Hall building upgrades. The City Hall is a 175-year-old building that serves the public every single day. And we have reached a point where deferred maintenance is no longer an option. The work before you addresses age-related deterioration and is essential to preserving the structural and architectural integrity of one of Northampton's most historic and significant civic buildings. The scope of this includes roof replacement, envelope repairs, masonry restoration, interior upgrades, and reconfiguration, and additional improvements identified through the design process. I do want to give you some project history on this. So this, just to give you more context. So in FY25, the city appropriated funds for exterior modifications of City Hall. Bids were issued in May of 2024. And the only bid was received was well above what the city appropriated. So that project did not move forward. In FY 2026, the city appropriated funds for the City Hall roof replacement and design. As the design progressed and a cost estimate was completed this past summer at 60%, it became clear that the appropriated funds were not going to be sufficient to deliver the full scope of that project. So the current request that you're seeing before you is for an up to funding amount. That flexibility is intentional and strategic. By establishing an up to threshold rather than a fixed number, we preserve the ability to potentially combine the roof replacement and the exterior work into one single project delivered by one contractor. Doing so reduces soft costs, mobilization, staging, contractor overhead that would otherwise be duplicated across two projects. There's one critical component of this, which is there is an important legal dimension to this project that you should be aware of. So under Massachusetts 521 CMR, the Architectural Access Board regulates that any renovation project that reaches a certain threshold basically requires full compliance to be with the building. So with that, it is important to note that even if the city were to move forward with just the roof replacement alone, the cost of that work would be sufficient to cross that threshold and trigger full building-wide compliance. So I'm presenting this in a way that this allows us flexibility because we don't know what that cost is going to be of having to bring the building to full compliance, to have that movement to ensure that we're being very strategic with this project. Forbes Library. So I think the pictures here do the justification for itself. This is the front entry landing into the library. The existing concrete landing at the main entrance has spalled, cracked, and deteriorated, creating an unsafe and uneven surface for users. The project will basically be replacing the damaged concrete and paver landing area with a new code-compliant and a fully accessible entry platform. The next, this is our robotic mower for our school department. This past summer, we demoed the use of a robotic mower, as you can see at our Northampton High School athletic complex. This purchase supports our organic program and the city's carbon reduction goals. Benefits include healthier grass from low impact equipment, mower frequency to regulate the plant growth, and to allow the ground staff to focus on other tasks on the district. Academy Music. So the mayor made a note of this earlier in her introduction. So one of the two existing non-condensing cast iron boilers had failed, leaving the building operating on a single unit. And when that was happening, it exposed deficiencies in the current system configuration. We are currently evaluating the equipment replacement with keeping energy efficiency in mind. Replacement of the existing boiler system will require full code compliance across all associated work, which is plumbing, venting, and mechanical systems, bringing all components up to current standards at the time of installation. It is also important to note that any replacement is subject to the active gas moratorium, which may impact the equipment selection and the scope of work required to bring the system to compliance. And then I will pass this over to Ben with our capital department.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you all for having me here. I'll try to move quickly through the slides so that I can use them later when you have questions. So I'll kind of not belabor things too much. So next slide. So some of these have already been discussed at council, but worth just kind of reminding you that they're part of the story. So and giving you an update. So Ryan Road is still going forward. We have not yet secured the compliant panels that allow us to get the larger tax credit, but that is the goal. The intention is to use the appropriated amount as our ceiling. So we're still going to use that same appropriation, and we hope that the end result is either a similar or maybe even possibly a better tax credit and a similar amount of solar production. And we're just not quite there yet to be able to say that this is the new condition. But we're working with the contractor on that. Northampton's high school, this is obviously the Big Megillah. It's a big move. It's by far the most efficient thing, and it's something that is, I would say, an investment for the next 100 or so years. And I can go over the why and the how as needed, but we can move forward. The main story is just that it's an investment up front with very, very high life cycle cost benefit. So it's the lowest cost thing. And if you click the animation, you'll see that with maybe it didn't animate. That's okay. It may not have transferred. That we have various ways of possibly lowering that upfront cost. And an update for you is that I have the advertising for the job has opened. So I've gotten a lot of requests from companies looking to do the work. We're contracting it in a way that we haven't done in the city before, which is a performance contract. So we're trying to do it as a turnkey project with the responsibility on the contractor to make sure that everything that we get the energy savings advertised and that we have the thermal stability of the ground loop so that it will last 100 years. And so that contracting approach is different, but I think very powerful. And so we'll see what we get next. So that's where I was showing that if the test well works out, our upfront cost might be a little bit lower. And then the other update, which is not really an update, is that we have applied for $5 million in grant funding that would help offset our borrowing, but we don't know if we've got that grant yet. So kind of the new discussion and the thing that's on for you directly is an upgrade to the Jackson Street School HVAC system, in particular, the 1970s wing. Next slide. But before we get there, I just want to briefly talk about the path that we've kind of got for how to decarbonize schools in particular. So we always want to improve the envelopes. We want to get better air sealing insulation, better higher performance windows, et cetera. That sometimes is not practical on a given school or cost effective, or sometimes it's not in the order that we want it to do, like Jackson Street. We got to get to the roof at some point, but it's not going to happen right away. Then the next and most important thing, and this is what I think distinguishes kind of the Northampton system now, is that we start with ventilation. We start with how are we going to make sure that we're providing conditioned, regular, correct amount fresh air. And that enables everything else. And then we optimize the existing systems, because often in these things where we have a school where we can only do a certain amount of upgrade in a summer, and where funding is going to come in pieces and we have to phase it, we have to keep the existing components still functioning as well. And then finally, electrifying and adding cooling. It's not always in that order. So next slide. But we now have a proof of concept. So at Leeds Elementary this past summer, we took the 1950s wing, basically tore out everything to do with steam, removed the steam boilers, which one had failed and the one was, questionable, and took that entire wing and made it electrified. And the key was providing the fresh air using energy recovery ventilations. And now we have heating and cooling in at least half of the school, including the cafetorium. We also have now proof of good savings. So our cost savings in terms of operating cost, projecting for normal weather. So this winter was a bit abnormal, but kind of using weather normalizing, 35% operational cost savings, about 44% reduction in carbon dioxide, a pretty massive reduction in gas use, and our increase in electricity was only 20%, even though we're heating half the school, and during pretty cold winters. So, but the other story is this original project was designed and was going to be contracted. This is before I was involved, but this was kind of the initial work, came out to an estimate of almost $2.5 million and didn't even include upgrading the boiler, which we did. And with city council's help and with some grant funding, we managed to bring the whole thing in for under $1 million and most of that was grant funded. So that's our proof of concept. We know this can work, and kind of here's the system. So next, let's try to bring this to Jackson Street. And remember that we start by investing in ventilation and cooling because we're going to increasingly need cooling. Next slide. I won't go into the details on this. It's just we have a lot of science to say this is real. And it actually improves student performance and learning. You can't learn when you can't think because it's so hot, which really happens, next slide, at Jackson Street in the 1970s wing in particular. So I basically said, where am I going to try to do this first? And I was like, let's pick the place that's the worst, that's also manageable. And that's this wing. So next slide. So this is the overall plan. I'm just giving you the context for how we want to do it. So ideally this summer, we provide cooling and air source heat pumps and a change to the use of the existing system for ventilation. Then we enable the use of some existing heat pumps in the library. After that, we apply for some big grants, and we try to do as much as we can to get the 1950s wing also ventilated, cooled, and heated with electricity. Then the remaining functions we can pull together. And ideally, we do all of that before we need to replace a boiler. Next slide. So I'm not going to go over the how, but we can come back to that if someone wants. Next slide. But the basic, so next slide. Oh, did I animate it? Sorry. Anyway, so we invest in a balanced system. We use variable frequency drives that slow speeds of electric motors down, and using utility incentives, some rebates that we got from previous projects that we can now apply, basically money that we have that we can apply to this project, and on-bill refinancing, which is the way the utility gives us a 0% loan. And as long as we're paying less than our energy savings, we're still cash flow positive. So we do those things to control the big machines that currently provide heating and ventilation and use them just for ventilation. Then we do need to balance, so we make sure everyone's getting the fresh air. That's the total investment we're talking about. And that investment combined with these other things, we get a payback period of just over 3 years. So pretty fast. So that's the first part. That's really just the ventilation part, because remember, we have to get that right. Next slide. Then I'm going to go back to the how if we need to. Next slide. But we add some heat pumps, and we can actually replace the boiler with an air to water heat pump in the future, not this round. Next slide. And so this is looking at just this 1970s wing proposal. And you'll see that we're combining these things with utility incentives. And I think I made a conservative projection of annual savings, again, just from this one project. But so that's the benefits are really focusing on the cooling, improving the indoor air quality, and getting us on the path to not needing steam, which allows us to not need a boiler, preferably before we need to replace that boiler. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay. I just wanted to mention, because I meant to mention before, that I'm hoping counselors can just write their questions down and we'll ask them when we're done with the presentations, unless it's, point of personal privilege or information. So we have IT.
Okay. So
Or
you're
MP
not doing questions.
Yeah, we were going to go through them. We were hoping to go through all the presentations, and then we'll open it up to the public, and there will be less transitions for the public.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome, Director.
Promise is gonna be quick. All right, let's move
You can adjust that podium, Director,
It's perfect height.
or you can just.
Comfortable enough. So our capital budget for next fiscal year has 3 key areas. One is infrastructure, one is endpoint and fleet modernization. And the third one is security and smart operation. Now we'll go a little bit in detail for each of them. Let's move to the first one. Core system refresh. This is the platform that runs everything inside the city. It is the most important platform we have. It has redundancy and it has reached its 5 years end of life, end of support. This is the kind of platform that serves everybody. This one goes down, everything stops. The 5 years is generally a standard in IT for a platform to be refreshed, and there's nothing really we can do about it. We cannot not do it just because the platform will be out of support. And so if we have a problem, the vendor will not help. So this happens usually every 5 years, and we are at that mark. The investment is relatively significant. We try to see alternatives, but there are none. Changing would be ridiculously expensive and labor intensive. And other solution, maybe a little more, let's say, considered modern, like moving part of the infrastructure to the cloud, is extremely more expensive than actually keep it in-house. All right, move forward. Part of the work that we do every year is try to not only unify the networks that historically has been separate between city and schools, but also try to modernize them. This request for capitals covers a bit of everything, so firewall, network switches, and access point. There are several items because while we generally try to refresh the switches, which is one of the core components of the network, which they're all pretty much all, just to get an idea, we have about 104 unit and we're able to replace till now 11. Sometimes there are unexpected events. For example, this year we realized that the water treatment plant needs a reliable connection that it cannot have due to the current connection it has, which is a radio bridge. And so we are forced to invest in something, let's say, a firewall to connect it to the city in a different way. So it's a little generic, but really, really important. And essential because network is what gives access to everything. Everything's based on our network. Let's move forward. The city fiber is one of probably the biggest asset the city has. It connects all the building, and we would like to make it grow. There are a few ways we can do that. Sometimes we build additional fiber. For example, this year we're trying to reach the landfill in Glendale Road. For next fiscal year, we will try to work on the infrastructure that will support the fiber. Most of the time that we in the city do some, let's say, road work or redo sidewalk and so, we don't have funding to create vaults and fiber conduit. And that is, in our opinion, detrimental because when done at that time is a lot of value in the future to add fiber. Done laying out the fiber after would be breaking the roads and everything else that's already built, which makes zero sense. This is not, in terms of fiber, is not a too significant cost. Fiber is really, really expensive, unfortunately. Not the fiber itself, the work to put it in. So let's move ahead. Fleet modernization. So the city has about 218, so more than 50% of the computers are still old. With that requested amount, we consider replacing about 35 units. It's not that much compared to the old 412 that are in the inventory. But our approach is gradual in terms of we tend to replace what is needed. So when a user say, hey, I can't work on this anymore, we are ready to help. But we're not going to proactively say, oh, let's replace all the computers over there. It's not very effective. Same story for the schools. The difference is the school benefit more out of laptops because teachers and staff prefer that kind of devices. Similar situation, 172 out of 456 devices in need to replacement. And again, same about 35, 40 units per year. The one-to-one Chromebook, this is the project that we started 2 years ago. aims to provide new high-end devices to the new sixth graders that they're supposed to continue using for the rest of their academic path until 12th grade. This year, the request is a little higher for a few reasons. One, we had to account for licenses that in the past we still had, so we didn't have to pay for. And also, this year we realized that the old, let's say, low-grade Chromebooks that are mostly used for any other grades are in need of replacement because they were bought about 80 years ago, and some of them cannot be used anymore. So we're trying to do that using multiple sources. Definitely one is capital. Let's move ahead. Projectors. Projectors are the highest item requested by the teachers in our schools. As pretty much essential. Projector goes down, we need to jump on it. Our inventory in general for the school is about 200 units, about 30 a year fail, and we're talking about the old projector with lamps. We are replacing them with new LED projector. In the last 2 years, we had zero unit to replace, so we are pretty confident these are devices made to last. Not only is the technology a lot better, but they also have smart features, so they turn off themselves when they're not in use, so there's no usage and so on. So we are pretty confident that's a very good kind of technology. And also, again, we try to do whatever the school needs us to provide. Let's go ahead. All right, software monetization. So last year we started requesting capital for improving the platform in the cities. And we had an amazing success in terms of like incredible number of requests, so much that we ran out of the capital, we had to use other funding. But the result was really, really good. So we were able to put new platform on the cloud with the double advantage. One, we remove stuff in-house to manage, which is some more work. But also we're able to get more modern platform, better condition, and we are actually now able to expand its usage. Let's just imagine, for example, Laserfish document management system that we have. We also provide that to a few community around. And if more would like to join, we can. That's just an example. For this year, important piece that we would like to address is the GIS infrastructure. GIS is Geographical Information System, is the core is a database of geographical data that is used by a lot of other department and platform. So DPW relies a lot on it and actually create data. Planning use it heavily. Public safety relies on its data and so on. The infrastructure has been not really updated in the last 7-8 years, so it needs a refresh. And unfortunately, that platform is really, really expensive. It's provided by a vendor that is a market leader, and which is Esri, and it's really, really expensive. Other things we'd like to do, electronic permits. This has been a trend in the last few years. This year, for example, we are implementing e-permits for the building department, which is going pretty well. And we got information that other department, like I think is the health department, would like also to move to electronic permits. Electronic permits are great for our residents because someone can go online, fill it up, do the payment online. It saves work. Treasury loves it because the payment comes in automatically, lot less work. Public safety is looking at some application to redirect and handle better the volume of calls they get. And so they're looking at a solution that we would like to get for them. For the unified communication, that is related to the trend. Verizon is starting to discontinue their copper lines. And so we need to find an alternative to handle lines like elevators, alarms, anything that still relies on traditionally copper lines. So that cost will cover the additional actually device that convert those lines into wireless lines. And the last one. Security. School cameras is a big project that partially we started this year. The school cameras in the schools is not in a good state, and that was a concern on both sides, from the superintendent side, public safety in part, and also from IT. Right now, we have 99 cameras across the 6 schools. There's 2 aspects. One is these devices are not working properly and they're not recording enough. We're talking about under 8 hours of recording, which is not really sufficient. And on the other side, there's not much coverage. Imagine, for example, the elementary schools. Most of them have 4 to 6 camera in an elementary school. Is definitely not enough. So we foresee a possible increase of the number of cameras. Again, this is for protection of the schools. That's the key concept. When we add new cameras, also we need to bring the connection to the cameras. It's not only a camera itself, it needs power and it needs data. So part of the investment is actually in cabling. We did this year an RFP for finding a vendor that could do the work at the best price. We found it. And also we applied for E-rate for this. So there's a chance that if approved, part of that cost will be covered by E-rate in the order of $50,000. So it's pretty good. The other part, CTS access control replacement, the doors controllers in the city are failing. The platform that we have is so old they cannot be repaired. So the approach that we are taking is replace as they fail more and more of these devices. We are using the same standard that we started using, I believe, last year, which is a very modern platform, easy to use, cloud-based, and also is actually integrated with the camera system and another sensor. So it's not a separate autonomous system that doesn't talk with anything. Is actually everything integrated, which makes more sense and saves money. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. Everyone's staying right on time. Okay, so we have MPS. Oh, okay, yeah. Is there another department after this?
No, I think the superintendent honors online if there are questions.
Yeah, that's what we thought if everyone could, if they could just stay through the questions and then hopefully go. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, counselors. I missed the podium, so I
Yeah.
had a podium for a long time, so I have to make a adjustment tonight, I think. I don't want to touch anything.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a few general remarks about the DPW's capital plan. So the DPW is a little unusual in that we have our general fund divisions, and then we also have our enterprise funds, which are completely closed financial systems, which are unrelated to the general fund. So when I put together the DPW's capital plan, I'm putting together the general fund projects and then the enterprise fund projects separately. So I will speak to the general fund projects first. Those are typically the same categories every year, and we have 3 big ticket items within the general fund. There are vehicle purchases, there is road resurfacing, and there are sidewalks, and those are sort of the big 3 that can total into the millions of dollars. So I'll talk about vehicles first. We have more than 150 vehicles and pieces of specialized equipment at the DPW. When they need to move, they need to move. So if we're having a snowstorm, everything needs to move at the same time, or much of it needs to move at the same time. We can't afford downtime, and we have to be able to run 36, 48, 72 hours continuously. So we can't say, oh, well, the truck is broken, so we can't plow your street, or the truck is broken and we can't fix this sewer problem. So it is extremely important that we have a well-maintained fleet and that we turn our fleet over. So every year we assess the state of our fleet and all of the vehicles, and we determine what we think needs to be replaced based on maintenance problems, upcoming work, sort of industry changes, like this truck just isn't doing what we need it to do anymore for our sewer system, and we need to do something different. I'm talking about the specialized equipment now. But the big ticket item you see for the DPW really across all 5 years, across even the enterprise funds, is our vehicle replacements. And those can change. Things happen where we think that we're going to need to replace a vehicle, and then, something else breaks, and that takes priority. So that schedule is certainly subject to change. That's just my best guess at the time that I put everything together over 5 years. The next big ticket item is street resurfacing, and I just have a couple of slides that I think will be of interest. I want to note that more than 50% of the roads in the city are in poor condition and in need of total base rehabilitation. A lot of the problems that we have on our streets throughout the city are due to utility issues. So this is where the general fund crosses over into the enterprise funds. So we can't just go pave a street. We have to think about, okay, well, why does the street look like this? Do we have water problems? Do we have, is the drainage undersized? Is water sitting in the road and pooling? And that's what's degrading the surface of the roadway. So our general fund appropriation is sort of paying for the paving, but we also have to look at all of our utility structures in the area, and do the utilities actually need to be reconstructed while we are paving the roadway? And that adds a layer of expense and complication. So we have to have appropriations across all enterprises in order to go with the general fund appropriation. So what I have, there's 2 slides here. And I just wanted to kind of put everything in one place. These are the roads that we intend to resurface this year. And on the next slide, you will see, if you flip to that, this is what we are working on designing for this year for a next spring construction. What we find is that if we bid these projects early, like this time of year, we get more favorable pricing. So if you hop back to the prior slide, Kingsley Ave, for example, which is the second one down, that's actually out to bid, and that's a combination sewer project as well. So we wanted to get that out early. We get more favorable pricing. I will note on this, and it's extremely important to note, that with sort of the geopolitical climate and, the price of gas, like, what's the number one ingredient in asphalt? It's oil. So it is very unclear what the impacts of that are going to be on our projects. We don't know what the price is until we put it out to bid and get the bids back. And the things that are going on right now can have huge impact on these projects and actually render them really outside of what we have estimated and almost unaffordable. So those are my comments on the general fund. And I also just want to mention the sidewalk appropriation. When we resurface roadways, we address the sidewalks in accordance with our complete streets ordinance. And I also want to mention that we will be bidding a discrete sidewalk project, meaning a separate sidewalk project that is unrelated to the paving of any streets. And that is a spot repairs project that's going to have a lot of locations in the South Street neighborhoods, that really degraded sidewalks and curb ramps, and also up in the Village Hill area. So that's a more than $1 million project that has been in development for the past year. But again, it is unclear how those bids are going to come back. So, we think we may have $1 million project. It could actually turn into a 1.4 or $1.5 million project. So I will briefly touch on the enterprise funds, because I will speak in more detail about water and sewer during my utility rate presentation. But all of the enterprises I mentioned are closed financial systems. So when we put together the capital plan, there's really big numbers in there, but ultimately we are constrained by revenue in and expenses out. So even if we need something that costs $30 million, we may actually not be able to afford it. There is no interplay between those enterprises and the general fund. We have to use water revenue to pay for water projects. So as I said, I will speak more in detail about water and sewer, but I do want to speak about stormwater. Stormwater utility has been at $2 million overall total value for for more than 10 years. So as the operating expenses within that enterprise rise, we have diminished capacity to fund capital projects. There are two big things that get funded out of the stormwater enterprise. They are our levee and flood control system and our storm drains that directly impact the degradation of our roadways. Those are the two big ticket items. And at this point, because of the value of the enterprise, we have less than $1 million a year to split between those two important things. So even though the capital plan is suggesting that we have millions of dollars of expenses for the Hockenham Road flood control station or to maintain our levees or to replace storm drain infrastructure, we are again limited by our ability within this enterprise to fund it. A $2 million enterprise simply cannot take on a $10 million debt service. It's actually not affordable. So that's just something to note within the enterprise funds. These are sort of, things that we would like to afford, but the reality is that we may have to throttle that back. Those are my comments on the DPW. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any other departments? No, we're done. Okay, so we're going to move on to the public. This is a public hearing. So we're going, so the public can speak to any part of the capital improvement program, but we do have the directors who just spoke here. So if you have questions, this is a good time. If you have a question, Councilor Loisel has graciously volunteered to track questions. And so we'll go through all of the public comments for the hearing, and then we'll relay the questions back. The comments and questions should be directed to the public. Directed to the council, and then Councilor Loisel will share what the public was asking. Okay. Yeah.
And I noticed no one has signed up separately for the public hearing.
Yeah.
Everyone has signed up for the council meeting, so I'm not
Okay.
quite sure if the
So maybe
people
I'll just,
signed up
right.
are actually speaking to the hearing.
Okay, so we'll just, why don't we just do it this way where if we can just raise hands and here and on Zoom, and I'll alternate. So folks on Zoom, this is public comment in the public hearing about the capital improvement program. And so those comments need to be relevant to that. Yes, welcome.
Yes. Hi, my name is Nick Motter, and I live at 16 Strong Avenue in Northampton. And I was curious about whether the capital budget includes money for Picture Main Street. I saw something on the internet that said it did or does. And I'd like to propose that money that would be spent on Picture Main Street be transferred into a fund that deals with the streets and with the roofs of the schools. I think that we're headed into a very difficult economic time, as was just spoken of. And I think that Picture Main Street is going to harm the businesses on Main Street. I think there are deeper economic problems having to do with property ownership in the city that affect the economy of the downtown. And from what I know about other communities, I don't think Picture Main Street is going to improve business in the downtown. And it seems that, my taxes have my payments monthly have gone up. And I would like to see that some of the streets are actually unsafe because of potholes and the way things are going with it. So I'd like to see the money shifted from that Picture Main Street project into these more, I guess, imperatives, and we're all going to have less money to pay for this as we go ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Joanne Sickles, One View Avenue. Both of my questions are not necessarily capital funding. First question, who is responsible for the removal of the coal box that was found near Florence Bank, where all the gates are still up and have been there for quite some time now? I understand that Eric Sewer owns that property, or is it Eric Sewer? Or is the city responsible for its removal? because at some point in time, if anything happens with that sidewalk and it crumbles, it could be a danger. My second concern is our property at 8 View Avenue where they are building the condos. They do not have a closed gate. There is large equipment there left overnight. The other day when we came home, there were people down there who did not own the property, public people, and I'm afraid that if some child climbs on that equipment, they're going to get severely injured. I don't know what responsibility, if any, the city would have with that, but I am letting you know that that gate is open all the time now, and there are people going down there.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, let's have the comments really just about the capital improvement program. Usually we do have public comment first. It's unusual that you would have to wait this long.
No, it's about capital.
Yeah, come Laura. City and town, your name
Understanding.
and
Yeah,
city and-
Laura Belushi, Ward 4, 71 State Street. Two quick things. The, what do you call the driveway, the ramp that goes up in a driveway at Michael's house is dangerously broken. And this just happens. I didn't come for this reason, but this is very timely. People have to enter and exit on one side, if you're approaching the left side. The other side, the difference between the street and it's like completely broken. Someone's going to lose their undercarriage of the car. The other thing is I walk a lot in town. The sidewalks, the holes, big chunks of concrete. There are many people in my building who use walkers. A person with a walker could not get by. There's concrete, and a big gap in between. They'd have to pick their walker up to get over the gap. I think that's, doesn't fit with the, needing a walker. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'm just checking online for hands for public comment in our public hearing about capital improvement program. Come up to the new podium.
Indeed. Do I have to give my name and address?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Luke Artello, in Florence. I actually want to speak very specifically to a suggestion about the geothermal project. This really caught my attention, the suggestion of this being a different method of contracting. And as I understood what was said earlier, I may be wrong. The way that I heard this sort of playing out is that the onus of compliance for whether it is grant funding for this project or I don't know if this would be the case for bonding, but compliance with this major public project being sort of offloaded onto private hands. So I just want some clarification on that. Would be very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you see?
Evening. Pam Fitzpatrick, 176 Coles Meadow Road. Speaking to the allocation of funding in this year's capital improvement plan for the repair of Forbes Library broken front patio. Esteemed City Council members, gratitude for your service and representation. We as a city are fortunate to have the beautiful Forbes Library as a heavily used site for a library and many other functions. The patio at the entrance has been in dire need of attention and repair for some time now. The main entrance poses a high risk and fall for the most sure-footed individual, but even worse for our elders and any other individuals utilizing walking assistance tools or wheeling devices. The lovely lift that was recently added inside the entrance of the building is of no avail if the entrance is inaccessible. Please address this preventable accident waiting to happen as soon as possible. And I was just curious, adding to the question, what is the earliest possible that this repair could happen? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Any other questions or comments about the capital improvement program, either from folks online or in the room? Welcome, Doctor.
If I ask a question now, can I still public comment later?
Yeah.
If there's a separate public
Yeah,
comment, okay.
it's separate.
Melissa
I'm
McAvoy,
sorry,
I live
just
in
a second. I have
Northampton.
a technical.
2 minutes, you take a little pause.
Oh, should we take a recess?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
We're having a technical issue
Okay.
with the broadcast. Can you wait
Should
a
I
few
s-
minutes?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
that's fine.
hang out with our new podium.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're just taking a few minutes to correct or look into a technical issue, and then we'll continue with the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. I think we are ready to go. And just a reminder, this is for the capital improvement program. And when the public is finished and we have no other speakers, we will take your questions and answer them in real time with our directors before they go. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
you were up.
All right. So my question is an overall question about the capital improvement program. Is there any reason that we can't consider the capital improvement program and the operating budget at the same time? I understand they have to be voted on by June 1st and presented earlier, but the vote doesn't have to happen until June 1st. And I'm really curious if there's a reason that it couldn't go that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this is you can speak again in general public comment. There's no limit to the sessions you can use. Okay, any other comments online or in the room about the capital improvement program? Yeah, I think we're ready then to relay the questions to our department heads. And thank you to the public for weighing in.
All right.
We're gonna do the public and then we'll go to counselors. Yeah.
So I think there's two for the mayor. We start with those. One is, does the capital budget include money for Picture Main Street?
No,
No.
this program that you have before you has no Picture Main Street.
The second one I think that's for you is there a reason we can't consider the SIP and the operating budget at the same time? And I know you addressed that in the beginning, so.
Right. So according to the charter, the SIP, the resolution, I was actually about to pull it up and look at it again. But I believe the resolution must be voted by May 31st for the SIP. So that's the requirement for the SIP, which is different than the requirement for the budget has to be done by June 30th.
But didn't you also have other things about like bidding and stuff like that?
Oh, I mean, I've explained why we feel it's important to do them at separate times.
Yeah. I
But
think that's what the question was about. The person wasn't here in the beginning.
oh, okay. So there are reasons why we do them at separate times. So first of all, there are different funding sources. It's a lot of work to put together both programs or both books, and would be hard to do at the same time. But probably the most important reason that we do them separately is that it's so late in the season by the time the budget is voted that if we were voting the SIP project at the same time, excuse me, or the SIP orders at the same time, it would be very hard to have things done in that sort of construction season. School projects would be almost impossible to do. Maybe some smaller ones, but some of them you wouldn't really be able to do until the following summer. And a lot of the other, like the paving and the road work, it would be very hard to get the work done in time. And you're also bidding at a more competitive time. You wouldn't get the better bids. And so then if you had to wait until the next sort of season, then the difference between, what the estimate is and what the actual bid is, we're finding can be pretty large.
Okay. And then this next one might be for you too. What is the earliest possible time that the Forbes Library front patio repair can happen?
That actually would be a Director Deppen question.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if she has an answer for it, but.
Yeah, so the front patio of Forbes Library, basically, once funding is approved or the vote is approved, and then funding is available, we would start basically immediately on that project.
Okay. Good.
Yes, I think because it's a public hearing, I'm going to allow brief follow-up question. I see the commenter. Okay. Yeah, come on up.
So I appreciate the response from Mayor Chiara. What I want to follow up with is the reason that was given. I'm looking more for, is there a reason, like a legal reason or something in the charter that we can't do that? I've watched a lot of these meetings and I see that there's often spending on capital projects separate from what's listed in the SIP. So I don't find that would delay projects if there was an emergency that came up. And I think it would be possible and very, very important. So I'd just like to hear if there's any legal reason or reason it just can't be done. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have to add, but if you'd like to add any more, you can. Yeah, take your time. Look online so I don't neglect our online public.
I mean, I don't think I have any answer different. There's no advantage to doing it. Again, these are separate funding sources. This is not this is not funded by the general fund. So there's no reason to do it. And I've explained the disadvantages to it. But the, according to the charter, the hearing has to be before the first day of the last month of the current fiscal year, and the council has to, by resolution, adopt the program by that same timeline.
Okay, next question is for Director Weil. It's about the geothermal project, and it was somebody wanting clarification about the statement you made about it being put on the contractor.
Right. So the burden that's being put on the contractor is the performance of the actual project. So let's compare this to how we might normally do it. Say we want a geothermal project, very complicated thing to do. And the most important part of it is to actually drill a test well to see what's the actual geology and water production, all this stuff. And then we're going to design it. We can't design it until we've done our test well. So if we did it in the normal kind of traditional contracting approach, we'd hire an architect who would hire an engineer who would then design a bore field. And in the meantime, they would have us hire somebody else to go drill a test bore. Then they'd take the information from that test bore, and all of this is money that we're spending and we haven't built anything yet. Take that test bore and take the information and redesign the project. Then we get the design. Now it's definitely not this summer. And we go out to bid and we get a contractor who may not be expert in the particular things of this particular project, which is we're trying to keep a very confined surface destruction while having a very large subsurface heat exchanger. And to do that, we need angled drilling. So we need a contractor who's got a number of rigs to do the angled drilling and who has the expertise with doing angled drilling, and preferably a designer who knows how to design for the angled drilling. So this approach is using Chapter 25A, Section 11. And what happens is the DOER approves our request for qualifications. We try to say, are you qualified to do all these things that we say we're going to need? Then you come out and you do that initial part, and then you generate a proposal that says, here's what the savings are going to be that we're going to guarantee for up to 20 years. And in addition, we're saying, here's the thermal performance that we need to get, because this is a big investment. We don't want it to go bad. Ask Smith College about when you have disconnect between design and implementation. That's what we want to avoid. So that's why we decided the best way to do this was an integrated energy systems management contract under a different chapter. So that's the reason for that. But in terms of like compliance with the law and everything, that's on both the contractor and the city and everybody and all the permits that you have to pull. But it transfers the responsibility for performance to them.
Okay. Any follow-up question? Okay. Thank you very much. And just a point of information for those interested in kind of the general conversation about the capital improvement program. We're, as per our charter, we're required to have to adopt a resolution. And so we'll have a more general, council will be having a more general discussion this meeting and likely the next meeting, because it's on first reading, about the about the SIP. So that might be a good time for councilors to discuss some of the issues brought up too. Okay, so if there's no more.
Well, there was one more
Oh,
question.
yeah.
I don't think it was related to the SIP, but I'm not
the
100% sure.
question about, yeah, go ahead.
Who's responsible for removal of the coal box that was found near Florence Bank? Is that?
So that is not part of the SIP, and it's not on the agendas.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would advise-
I couldn't understand.
I
Was
didn't
it
think,
called?
they want to contact us, we're happy to answer that question.
Okay, great.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it. The rest were comments.
Okay, great. Okay, so we can let our directors go, except for Director Lascali has to stay for the next hearing. Oh, we have to, you're gonna, yeah, let's ask them now. Well, I was gonna, that's good. I was thinking we'd do both, but let's just do it now while they're still here. That's true. We do both the hearings, but let's do it this way. That's better. So yes, counselors, questions and comments about, I mean, they can be about anything in the SIP, but we do have our directors here and we'd like them. So if you have questions specific to them, this would be a good time. No one's online. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I have a question for the mayor, which is those guidelines. First of all, well, I found this book really interesting, but the guidelines for funding, how long have they been in effect and like, how did they get created?
Sure, and I'll let Director Nardi answer it with me. I mean, they're based on best practices, but they're also based on our own policies. And it would probably depend on which guideline, when it was first developed. Does that make sense? I inherited the guidelines, although
That's what I was wondering,
there
if you created them.
policy, but Director Nardi actually worked on the policies.
Yeah, so the policies, the guidelines have been in place before my time, and I believe since Director Wright was here, so probably 2014, 2015, 2016, when they started building up their reserves. The policy, we did update the policy in 2023 upon my arrival. One of the things on Director Wright's list to get completed before was to update the policies. So I worked with the Collins Center when I arrived to get that done.
Okay. And so the practice of having the SIP and the operating budget separate has been ongoing. It's
Yes.
not new.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question about the mower. So I think that would have been you. Is that right?
I don't know if,
Mower? The automatic mower? I'm just curious about that. Have you used that yet?
We've done a demo of it.
And it's not going to mean any loss of jobs, or it's just
No.
Yeah.
If anything, it's more efficiency can be applied to other tasks. I mean, there's still best practice of an individual being on a mower to see the square footage in which you're maintaining to ensure there's no disease occurring. You can understand the wear and the play by visually seeing it. Really, the automation of that is really going to be the production of supplying a healthier canopy. You can mow it more frequently rather with, the labor we have now. You might only have the ability to mow it twice a week, when rather if you actually can mow it every day, you're regulating that plant growth, because we don't use PGRs, plant growth regulators. So the more you mow it, the more you're driving your roots down and you're building a healthier root structure.
and I just wanted to add a relevant point, which is that they, not the city, but they do use one of those mowers down at the Oxbow and I watched, I was really surprised how well it worked. It didn't go rogue or anything, which is good. Let me, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, just to chime in on the mower, because that stood out to me too. I was trying to look up which mower it was, so I've spent a lot of time on the site. If you wanted, you could give me what mower it is. But the other question was, is there maintenance involved in that? Would you guys handle that? Is there a sort of a contract that we get to help if things do arise?
Hi, thanks for having me. Tony Kuzniers. I'm the supervisor of maintenance for the school department.
Yeah.
So I can speak to the mower. We demoed it for a week. The maintenance is pretty minimal. They're really new. They are battery powered electric motors. So their maintenance is functionally different than a gas powered mower. The blades are not cutting blades like you would think of a lawnmower. They're like razor discs, and there's 20 to 25 of them, and they're each under the machine. So you can replace them all individually or as needed. So they explained the maintenance to us, and it was pretty minimal other than the blade maintenance. There's a base station, like a home base. It acts like a Roomba, a robotic like vacuum in your house. There's a program base station. We geofence the area. You can set the path that it'll travel. And when it needs to recharge, goes to home base, charges complete, continues mowing. Thanks.
Hmm.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's mower questions. What are you going to name the mower? No.
The picture, the answer real quick, the picture of the one was the one we demoed and the one we'd like to purchase. It's the Husqvarna. They're probably the leader in that category right now, mostly in Europe, but they're starting to grow in popularity here.
Do you have a
oh.
question? Just because you do.
I-
Okay,
oh.
that's fine. I just thought we'd go to all mower questions.
Okay, so
I'm happy to talk. It's
other
neat,
mower
so I-
question,
it's-
because you already answered
Can I
the
ask
fueling
one more?
question. That
Well,
was
she's
going to be
gonna
one of
vote.
my questions. And then, I mean,
No, she
you know,
was
what if somebody is hanging out and they see that thing and they're just like, let's take it?
We talked about that. So they're also GPS locators that are in it, and it's pretty heavy. It's like 250 pounds. So you need a couple people who are really motivated to pick it up and throw it in your truck, but it also shuts down and then it sends a signal to your app. It's all controlled through an app. So it sends a signal like a lost device, and then you can track it down and find it. Yeah. We notify dispatch and the PD and send people out to go look for it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, mower question.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I think that's my question too is. Be covered by insurance.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd have to work with Ben's team and Will, and I'm assuming, yeah, based on the cost of the purchase cost of it, yeah, insurance would cover it. Yeah. We got to watch it for a week, you know, and that picture, those were real pictures of what the field looks like. And it's all controlled through an app on your phone, and you can regulate how often it mows, the direction it mows. You can probably create different patterns, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah, we, like, people had their hand up too.
Sorry.
Counselor.
Working on the organic fields for a long time at the high school, and this has been an ongoing issue about keeping them mowed because the daily mowing is what keeps it thriving without having to put pesticides on it. And the weight of the mower has always been an issue, as well as finding someone to drive the mower. So if this worked, it would be fabulous.
Okay.
Yeah, and, you know, we raised our hand, I had my hand up before, but, how long does it take to charge the mower, and how many hours could it mow for on a charge? About?
It would take some practical more use to figure that out. And I don't really have an answer.
Mm.
It was able to complete the high school stadium field in 2 cycles. I think it was about 2 cycles. So do like half of it, go back and charge,
Okay.
and then come back and do it. We had it working overnight. So we coordinate the irrigation schedule. So for watering the field, they're waterproof and doesn't get damaged by water. But you don't want a jet blasting it while it's trying to mow. But we are doing it overnight. So
So you have to coordinate it with so the grass isn't too wet?
yeah.
And then it just
And the
knows.
use of the fields, and, you know, and
Right.
actually we, you know, band was down there practicing, and or we have track practice, and we don't want it interfering with people who are, you know,
Sure.
using the space.
So, and then it just knows that it needs power, and it'll
Yeah.
just take care of it itself?
Yep.
Right?
The docking station, pretty neat, you know, and it just goes back home base, charges, and then goes
I'll
back
go
up.
check it out when it's up
Yeah.
and running.
Yeah.
Any other mower questions?
It was pretty exciting, I have to say. When the kids that were down at the stadium, they got to see it in use, and everyone was fascinated by it. So
I do think you should name it.
I think we might. I'll have my grounds foreman and their team come up with a name.
Okay. Any other mower questions? Well, we can go home. Okay. No, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So we're back on, questions. I didn't see, why don't you go? You haven't spoken yet, Counselor Stratton, and then.
Well, I kind of have some questions for different people, so maybe we won't get them all in this term. But both City Hall and the Academy of Music are very historic structures that have been uses of CPA money in the past. And I'm wondering, you know, the decision to do these projects with general fund bonds and just, you know, the general fund rather than using restricted CPA money on them. which would then free up unrestricted money that could be used in other ways. That might be a controversial decision, but I believe it's legal, and it seems like something that the people of Northampton should have input into. Also, on that note, am I correct that the previous appropriation for the City Hall roof was about 640,000, and then this is 1.8 million on top of that?
So I guess Director.
So yes, Director Jeppin is shaking her head yes about the previous. And I do not know that they actually spoke about CPA.
But, and this is also the envelope as well, right? Like this is an up to include the work that we've been trying to do now for a few years and the exterior of the building additional. But CPA, did we apply for CPA for the other parts of the City Hall?
In the past, we had central services in the past. Staff have applied for CPA. Academy Music is actually one of the candidates in which we applied for. We went through the CPA process and submission, but we were not selected. We were requesting at that time exterior envelope upgrades. There's 2 membrane roofings that needed replacement, masonry repointing, and it wasn't selected for within CPA.
And also the Academy boiler wouldn't be something that would be eligible for CPA.
I mean, the boiler, part of the justification written in there is that if the boiler fails, the pipes freeze and you have damage to the building. So the boiler really is a building health system, and there have been CPA-funded building health systems before.
Okay. Yes, Council. Yes. Robin.
So I have a question for the mayor, and that is about, we had a couple of questions about whether or not we could hear or consider the operating budget with the capital improvement budget. And there was a question about whether there was a legality around it. And I know this has come up before, but in the city financial plan, there is a statement that says that I think it's both plans shall be considered in a hearing prior to approval. And that's what's written in our city financial policy. There is something to be said for that, because there's a certain amount of competition around free cash, certainly, that could be considered for either program. But the public has asked us on a number of occasions to hear the operating budget with the capital improvement plan. And I think we heard a good suggestion about if there's priority projects that need to be pulled out, like we did for the geothermal earlier, they certainly could come up. But last year, when this was brought before council, it was because bids needed to go out. And I remember watching them pretty closely, and it took a long time for any bids to go out. It was really, I can't remember, it could have been a couple, 3 months before anything was certainly submitted to the general public as a bid that went out. So I can see there are projects this year that probably would be beneficial to have go out earlier. But if we could consider taking advantage of the fact that we don't have to really approve this plan until we see the operating budget, I think that would be a very healthy approach. And I actually do have that language. It's the financial policy, page 7, and it says City Council shall hold at least one public hearing to discuss both operating and capital budget proposals.
So I revised that policy. It was never intended by that sentence to imply that there's one hearing for both those. It's just that they will have a hearing. Each one will have a hearing. I wrote that policy.
Yeah.
So it was never intended to imply that it's one hearing. Also, Councillor Robbins, you mentioned that free cash is an option for both. It is not an option for both. Free cash should not be used for recurring expenses. We do not use free cash. We use fiscal stability. We don't use free cash. We do use free cash for the capital.
Okay. And just to put a line under that. So again, I'll read a definition from DLS for free cash, or what their best practice says, which is, as a non-recurring revenue source, free cash should be restricted to paying one-time expenditures, funding capital projects, or replenishing other reserves. We do not recommend that free cash be budgeted for ongoing operational purposes.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want, I would like to ask counselors, we're going to have a discussion later and the mayor will be here around the resolution. So if we have general or bigger kind of SIP questions, it would be great if we could just, any questions for the department head so that they could leave. So I'd like to prioritize those first. Yes, Councilor Dobbs.
Thank you. I would like to mainly a compliment. It's a comment, but more of a compliment to the DPW and to the mayor. Since my first term as my first year as counselor, I have to say that I've seen a significant increase in each year in the amount of funds going towards sidewalks, and I thought that it was worth mentioning today. My first term, the first number for the first year was $500,000, and each year after that was $250,000. Last year, FY26 was projected $1 million. But some of that money was coming from the Leeds Bridge, so we knew where some of that was coming from. And then the 4 years after that, it was $350,000. This year, we have $1 million for FY27, and then $750,000 for each year after that. And I'm just really happy about the significant increase. And so I don't necessarily have a question, but if you wanted to speak on that at all, like I'd love to hear, or just the decision making behind that $500,000 jump. And I thought it was just, I was happy to see it. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I really appreciate that. You know, and we heard about it tonight. And you heard Director Lascalia talk about it, right? There is so much deferred maintenance on our roads and our sidewalks. And it would be, you know, I can't even fathom how many hundreds of millions of dollars to do all of it. And so we are doing, you know, I made a concerted effort to increase our investment in trying to do as many repairs as we can. It's also these, you know, these projects are, some of them are big, some of them are small, they're all different sizes, but it takes a lot of work to get a project going as well. So we're trying to maximize the funding, but also, you know, the human resources that we have to get those projects up and running. But I appreciate that. And, you know, right back at you, credit to you for all of your advocacy around this.
Thank you. I actually have a question, so I'll go. And then, if my question is for Director Ottaviani, I had a question about the, you talked about the in-house. I think you said, if I'm a note, you said it was less expensive to keep it in-house. And I was wondering if there's other advantages too, like security in this era of like ICE and unstable federal government, keeping our data. I don't know if it works that way, but that's what I wanted to know, how that worked, if that was safer.
Data is partially a concern. It's true that most of the clouds are heavily encrypted, so it's not really a security problem. Granted that, of course, you have to trust a cloud vendor to actually do what they say, which is a concern. But the real problem is reliability. Sometimes the clouds go down, and in that situation, we would be completely down too. So having it in-house give us some level of redundancy. The system is redundant. There are right now 2 clusters. One is at fire, so a redundant infrastructure, very secure building. The other one currently is at the police department, so another modern building with generators and all that. So we are pretty confident that it's very secure. And also another step is when you put stuff to the cloud, connectivity becomes key. So if for any reason the network goes down, granted that we put in place redundancy for that not to happen, at that point again, everything will stop. A more reasonable approach would be a hybrid, so having part of the infrastructure locally and part in the cloud. But again, the cost of the cloud is really, really higher compared to actually buying the hardware. The hardware, yes, you buy it, and for 5 years you don't have to worry about it. The cloud you have to buy or to spend constantly for it. And so it does not make much sense for us. Again, maybe in other environment, it may be suitable.
Okay. I have one more question just because it's to the director. So while you come to the podium, when we look at the school budget and tech, you know, sometimes there's tech related expenses that are put in the school budget, and sometimes they're in IT, and sometimes they're in IT and capital. And so I find it a little harder to track, but so when they're in the school budget, those are more frequent. How does that work? How do you decide if it's going to come out of the IT, out of the school budget?
Sure. So the school have, at least for the operational budget, have a defined number of software that is specific for the school. So parents, I don't remember, Parent Square, the connection between parent and teachers, or even their own account for Google. So all the emails and all that is specific to the school. That it's easy enough to know where it belongs. There are pieces of shared infrastructure. Let's say, for example, the email security platform. We have a single one for both, for city and schools. So in that case, usually we split the cost based on number of users because it makes sense. In other situation, we try actually to help the school and say, since the school in reality are a department of the city and security is essential, it would not make sense for us to say, oh, the department doesn't want to share the cost, we're not going to do it because security is mandatory. So in some scenario, if the school have difficulty on covering some of the costs, we'll still absorb it, let's say on the city side, and because it's shared for all departments. Again, it's a way that we try to help keeping that budget limited. Because again, if we had to really charge for sharing everything would be a lot. Because unfortunately, the schools are big. In terms of number of users, they are actually bigger than the rest of the city combined. Granted that they have simpler, let's say less application compared to all the other departments. So the operational part is really, really simple to see where it goes. For the capital part is also very simple in terms like we know exactly what each piece of infrastructure needs. We still keep everything on a single vision because we are one city and we don't want duplication of system because it's inefficient and it's a waste of money. But it's still easy to identify what is spent for school and what is spent for city. That gets also to a certain level easier because even some vendor charges different amount when we buy for school and we buy for city. The school have better pricing and they keep us honest. It's like, hey, this is for the city or for the school? Because again, even on their side, they are actually split. Something that could be, well, no, I think that really covers how things are. So if there are any specific line items, I'm happy to answer, but.
No, that was very informative. That's really interesting about how you make those calls.
We keep things very precise.
And security being,
Security is paramount, so that is not negotiable.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Any other questions?
Yeah, do you, Councilor Nabad, did you have a question for Director? Oh, yes, go for it.
Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for taking the time for the reports tonight, the informative reports. My question was, you referenced during the report the Brightly program, and I didn't know if this involves a reporting system like a 311 system or a reporting system to report things in. And so I just wanted to understand that.
So part of that project, which is something that IT funded actually last year, was to have an asset management solution that would work for any department that would need it. Biggest department and bigger user are definitely central services, managing all the assets inside the building. DPW, all the assets outside, roads, pipeline, anything. And also that platform integrates very well with the GIS system that we already have in the city, so the two actually can work together. The third part that we really like that solution is this public portal, which is not even an app. It can be used on a phone or on a computer. You don't need to install anything. And you can report potential issue. It's very, very easy. You can point where you are, or you can point a street, or you can type a street. You can take a picture of the issue, select a category. Right now, we have sort of proof of concept already going. And that creates a work order. The work order is then assigned to a pool of people right now, which is part of this dispatch, some DPW, and some central services, and they can work on it. There are two ways of doing that. You can just signal a problem. Hey, there's a pothole. Here's the picture. Or actually, along signaling a problem, you can register. If you register on the platform, and again, it's very basic registration, you'll be able to see the status of that work. So if later on it's fixed, you'll be able to see, oh, it's being fixed. So
And just for the public to know, where do we go to sign up for, or register for that? Or where would people?
we can share, I guess, the public
Okay.
portal is already.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Is it live or we're still sort of in testing?
It is live in terms like it's usable. Anybody can go to it and signal problems. What we are working on is on the other side, who's going to actually take action on those work items. And also we have to train this few individuals to use the application. Again, it's not extremely difficult, but it requires some getting used to it.
Yeah, so that's why we haven't sort of announced it yet, because it's not, while it's live and available, we haven't sort of unveiled it yet because we're still working it out. Right. Right. We don't want people using it. Any more questions?
I'm not certain if this works, but I know that the police department, for instance, they're looking to change their platform, some of their records and maintenance. Does that fall under capital improvement, or is that a
There is a
thing?
capital project that started more than a year ago.
Okay.
They're trying to change their CAD system. So they're sort of the main platform that they use for anything that comes as a signal, like an event, and actually is shared between police, dispatch, and fire. So it's a single integrated platform.
And that was something we had to do because the system that they were using is being
The current user
retired.
The user system is not being supported anymore. There were many alternatives at that time, so they had to pick one. And this is before my time, but we are still implementing it.
Thank you.
Counselors, anyone object to me letting the director go? Not firing him. I mean, maybe go home. Yeah. I mean, if you'd like, you're welcome to stay. But do we have any more IT? I'm trying to go through all the departments so the department heads can leave as we finish with our questions. Are there anyone have any more IT questions? Okay. Thank you. Yes.
So I have a geothermal question and then two DPW questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
So on the geothermal, I was just trying to understand the test well. Which side of the handover of risk in the performance contract does that fall on? Do we do the test well before we hand it over, or do they do the test well? And with the 25A program, I understand the vendor has to have a lot of expertise. It's very, very specialized. How small is the vendor pool when we go into that program then?
It's not large. There are three companies that I know of that I've researched that I feel could do it. When you dig deep into it, you find that one of them actually would probably be subcontracting something, which would maybe defeat the purpose of trying to have this integrated thing. So the way that the Chapter 25A procurement is structured is it starts as an RFQ. And so that first contract is to develop a design. Part of that contract to develop the design is to do the test bore. The benefit is if it's the same company that's designing it, that's doing the test bore, and that's going to be drilling the rest of the wells, they can integrate it into their plan. And then basically, by the way it works is they hand over their report and say, here's what your savings are going to be, here's what the design is, and we could say, no, we don't want to do that. Here, we'll pay you for your design work. Or we say, yes, we'll sign a new contract to take on what your design produced.
So the ultimate price is still to be determined after the test well. We're not they're not taking over the whole unknown of this from this state. It's test well, and then we get the real price.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so just like the price that we used, you know, I asked our consultants at the time, like, be really, really conservative, assume the worst case. So hopefully that covers, you know, what we develop.
Okay, so on the DPW, I was wondering if any of the street paving projects will need sidewalk exceptions like last year. And also, I don't know whether we want to talk about now or later why the Spring Grove cold storage is not included in the SIP.
If we do need sidewalk exceptions, I will bring them to the Transportation Parking Commission. So those sidewalk exceptions are related to the Complete Streets Ordinance, which in certain zones of the city requires concrete sidewalks installed on both sides of the road. So that's an example of, you know, perfection being the enemy of the good. And we use all of our resources, you know, building sidewalks in one place and nothing anywhere else. Anyway, if we do need an exception, I will ask for one through TPC.
Just that's often a time-consuming process.
It can be because, you know, I have to go to TPC and hopefully it's voted positively.
And the Spring Grove cold storage, I mean, that's a project from like 2019 that's being rewoken. That's not in the SIP. I was just curious what's going on there. And if you'd rather talk about it when we get to that later tonight, but I don't know if you'll be here then, so.
Yes, I will be here for that. It's probably a longer conversation.
Thank you very much. So 2 questions for counselors. Are we ready to let our heads? My friend, let's do it. Okay, so that's good. And can you, next up is, we have to close this hearing and then do the water. So if you want to break now, if you later, can hold on. Stuff now. I move that we close this hearing. Yes.
Second.
Counselor Clemmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions. Okay, that passes. The SIP public hearing is closed. We will go on to the next hearing. I'm going to continue unless anyone says they need a break now. Okay, so next is the public hearing to consider the FY 2027 water and sewer rates. Thank you, directors. And we would need, I'm looking for a motion to open this hearing.
Make a motion to open up this hearing.
Yep. Second. Did you second? Okay, so Councilor Clemmer made the motion to open the water sewer and Councilor Nabad seconded. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay, so the hearing is open. I think we'll do the same thing. We'll hear from Director LaScalia and then we'll go to the public online and person about questions specific to the water sewer rate. And then we'll go to counselors.
Okay, so I've got a brief PowerPoint presentation. I'll run through the water enterprise first and then the sewer enterprise. So we can start with an overview of the water supply system. So all of our infrastructure and operations are heavily regulated and monitored by the Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level. So that's the EPA, and the Department of Environmental Protection at the state level. That's DEP. The applicable state statute is 310 CMR 22, which is more than 350 pages long and requires monitoring for more than 100 contaminants, as well as strict public notification procedures in the event of a lack of compliance. So what this means is that we have very little discretion, and if we make a mistake, everyone is going to know about it. So the way I like to start this presentation off is just with an overview of our infrastructure that is not in Northampton. So we have 3 surface water reservoirs, Ryan, West Whately, and Mountain Street. They hold over 1 billion gallons of water combined. We also have an extensive network of transmission mains, which bring water from the reservoirs to our water treatment plant, and then from the water treatment plant into the city. And I'll talk a little bit more about those transmission mains in a moment. So you can move to the next slide, please. Actually back up one if you could, thanks. So this is a map of our water distribution system. We have 135 miles of distribution mains throughout the city, 2 wells at Spring Street and Clark Street, which supplement our water treatment plant during times of high flows, like if we have a fire or a water main break. We also have 3 water towers in Ward 6 and 7, all of which are out of service and actually scheduled for imminent decommissioning. When we talk about utility rates, it's really common that we hear comparisons to other communities, and counselors may hear from your residents who talk about maybe the rates in different towns. But the reason I include these slides in this presentation is to stress the scale and the scope of our infrastructure, which is really fundamentally different from many neighboring municipalities. So treating surface water from reservoirs is a much more complex endeavor than using wells to provide drinking water. It requires a considerable amount of process and manpower. So we can move to the next slide now. So our water treatment plant was conducted in the early 2000s and has the capability to flow over 6 million gallons of water a day. We do have a Water Management Act permit that is issued by DEP, and it strictly regulates withdrawal rates from our reservoirs, as well as tells us when we need to declare water use restrictions. So a lot of people may contact you and sort of comment like, why is there a water ban? It keeps raining, or, you know, we don't feel like we're in a drought. Why is there a water ban on? And again, we have a permit that is issued by the state, and we have rules that we have to comply with that come from the state. So we track our flows year over year, and they're reflected in the chart on the slide. The water enterprise rate structure is heavily based on usage. So it's important to note the overall decline in usage over the past several years that is attributable largely to Coca-Cola's decreased usage. So next slide, there's kind of a lot going on this slide, but the easy explanation is that this shows our expense budgets within the water enterprise over the past 6 fiscal years. So again, as I've said, the water enterprise is a closed financial system. It is supported entirely by user fees. So the money in needs to equal the money out. There is no financial support from the general fund, and there is no pulling from the general fund to fund capital projects. So on the left are all of the components which make up the budget. Personnel and maintenance increase every year due to collective bargaining agreements and inflationary pressures. Debt service has been relatively level since 2008 when the plant was constructed, and it will actually hold at this level until 2028 when it falls off the debt schedule and we will free up some capacity. Indirects to the general fund is actually money that moves from the water enterprise back to the general fund, and that's to ensure that the enterprise is paying its share of health and property insurance, portions of salaries and benefits for general fund employees, like the members of the city council, the finance director, mayor, the treasurer. Other than ordinary maintenance or things like vehicles, water meters, hydrants, and then transfer to capital projects is kind of the big capital projects that I talk about, like our water mains, our transmission main, you know, anything that's kind of a big ticket item that's called out, you know, with a lot of zeros in it in the capital plan. And then the reason I leave the transfer to stabilization in here is because there was a time, not on this chart, where we were actually transferring to the stabilization fund within the enterprise. We were taking kind of the revenue that was generated that was not appropriate and saying, you know what, we're going to put this in our stabilization fund and we may at some point need it. And I leave that in there to show that that is all zeros and it has been zeros. So the 2 lines you need to look at here are the bottom line in yellow. So the overall value of the enterprise has not changed in years. And the blue line is the place where I have to balance the budget. So when I build this budget, the way that I hit that yellow number is we have to decrease the investment in capital projects. It's actually the only option when rates are not increasing. We have to balance the budget and take the money from somewhere, and the money is coming out of our capital investment. So again, we have external pressures that are causing operating costs to rise, and we have to throttle back our capital investment. There is no other place within the enterprise to cut. We run on very, very tight margins, and it's not like we have a lot of fluff in debt service or something. I mean, there's just not a lot of options. So next slide, please. So Coca-Cola's announcement in 2021 that they were going to cease operations in the city by the summer of 23 required that we study alternative ways to replace their revenue. They were the single biggest water and sewer customer in the city, a full 25% of both the water and sewer enterprises. So this announcement was really devastating. On July 1st, 2023, in preparation for their departure, we implemented new base rate fee structures in both water and sewer enterprise. And what we did was we raised the base rates for water and imposed new base rates for sewer, which I will talk about when we get to those slides. Usage rates did not change. So the CCF values for the usage rates within both water and sewer enterprise did not change. The only thing that changed was the base rate charges. Some people also refer to them as meter fees. The cost impact to the average user, so to the average residential household, was a $128 annual increase in their water bill. Usage rates did not change. So I just want to be clear what the impact was on July 1st, 2023. To the average residential household, it was a $128 increase in their water bill. So this bill shows a snapshot, or this slide, sorry, shows a snapshot of the math behind this base rate decision. These are actual numbers. They are not estimates. FY22 on the left-hand side was the last year of what we would call normal stable operations at the Coke plant. By 23, their usage was tapering. And when we built the budgets in 24, we actually had to anticipate $0 in revenue per their announcement. As the table shows, we shifted their lost revenue quite successfully, I would add, to the base charges to just stay a consistent revenue level. So all we were trying to do was just make up for their lost revenue in the best way possible with the least terrible impact to the rest of the city. So as everyone is aware, Coca-Cola's departure has been delayed. And since 2024, we have received about $2 million in what I'm calling unanticipated revenue. For FY26, we've received about $400,000 in unanticipated revenue year to date. The reason I'm using the word unanticipated is because when we build the budget, we have to prove revenue to the Department of Revenue. So if Coca-Cola tells us that they are leaving on a certain date, we have to believe them. And if they don't, then we continue to collect that revenue, but we cannot build a budget based on well, we don't really think you're going to leave. That actually does not work for the Department of Revenue. So the reason I include this chart is to show how we needed to shift Coca-Cola's usage revenue to the base charges. And I think if you look at the bottom line total, you will see that we did that quite successfully. So a couple of more comments on this. Their revenue stream at this point is greatly diminished, and it is highly unpredictable. And as I just said, we have to build a balanced budget that's sustainable through June 30th of next year. And we can't rely on well, maybe they'll stay or maybe they're not. So the next question is, and this is a question that I'm sure all of you hear. So what did we do with the money that Coca-Cola gave us that we didn't think we were going to get? So if you move to the next slide, this is not a comprehensive list, but here are the highlighted projects that have been completed over the past several years. The reason I start in FY 2019 and move to the present is because many of these projects take years to develop and complete. So just because we say oh, we're going to do the water line on this street, it can actually take us 3 years to do the water line on this street. And it took us 2 years before that to design it. So the next generation of projects is currently in development, but if you look at the bottom line total here, more than $5.7 million, the total overall value of the enterprise is $6.945 million annually. So the capital expenditures add up quickly. And in order to make investments in the system that allow for this type of investment, we have to have a consistent cash flow moving to capital projects so that we can afford to design these projects and then actually build them. Because from the time we start designing to the time we actually build, we could be looking at 100% price increase. And that is just the nature of this business post-COVID. So in January, this council approved several transfers from retained earnings into our capital projects, and this gives us greater flexibility to address deferred maintenance, and it also relieves the pressure on the budget that I need to build for the coming year. So let's move to the next slide. So I already mentioned how heavily regulated our enterprise operations are, and we have comprehensive asset management plans for them. So these are the highlights of the next generation of capital projects. The price tags are extraordinary, and they require financial capacity that is challenging, even if Coca-Cola were staying. With Coca-Cola's imminent departure, that really could happen at any moment, that makes things particularly unstable and a little more stressful. So it's also critical that we have some level of float within the enterprise to address emergencies. They're common and they can be catastrophic. So we went through a stretch between Christmas and the end of January last year where we had 7 water main breaks in less than 30 days. And in the past 5 years, we have had 59 water main breaks throughout the city. So every time we have a water main break, it is obviously disruptive to our customers, it is disruptive to our system, but it actually destroys our roads. It can destroy sewer and drain infrastructure, can destroy trees and sidewalks and private property, homes, basements, foundations. Breaks can cost more than $30,000 to repair, and we have to be financially prepared at any time. So if you do a little bit of math with 59 breaks at around $30,000 per break, that's a lot of money, and we need to be ready to respond to that. And again, if you think about the stretch where we had 7 in less than 30 days, that's a lot of money moving through the enterprise in a very short amount of time and not necessarily in an anticipated way. So just very brief comments. In the interest of everybody's time. Again, these are our 3 major projects that we are working on. So the Ryan Reservoir Dam rehabilitation, there are deficiencies within the within the spillways and the embankments of this dam that need to be stabilized. The price tag is huge. This project has been in design and permitting for several years and continues to be. The transmission main, we have 2 transmission mains which move water into the city. One of them goes through a swamp and is largely inaccessible. We need both mains in order to maintain pressure to the city. If we lose one, everyone's losing water pressure and we lose our fire flows. So absolutely critical infrastructure and catastrophic if we lose one of those mains. So we want to get the 20-inch main out of the swamp and onto the road as part of a TIP project. And that TIP project, what I have been told by DOT, is going to go this year, and we need to be ready when it goes. And the price tag may be more than $7 million, and we won't know what it is until they bid it. And we have to be prepared to spend, whatever we need to spend to get the transmission main out of the swamp into the road. Our water asset management plan was reviewed by DEP in 2023, and it includes things like the demolition of defunct infrastructure. So tanks that I talked about in Ward 6 and 7 are coming down. It also talks about particular water mains that are in need of replacement because they are old and have reduced flows or are subject to multiple breaks. So that's kind of an ongoing level of effort as we develop projects for implementation as funding allows. So next slide. So this slide shows Coca-Cola's overall impact on the enterprise as a percentage of total revenue. So across the x-axis, I've got total usage revenue. On the y-axis, I've got Coca-Cola's revenue. And in the box in the upper right, I've got Coca-Cola's usage. So what's notable in this graph is the tailing usage. So even though they remain in the city, it's important to note that they're not operating at anything close to previous levels. When we look at 27, though they've indicated they may remain in Northampton through December, we project their revenue at roughly $300,000 to $400,000. And it's actually unclear if this number is even a reasonable expectation. I believe they have 2 lines running right now. And at any moment they, pull a line and, that revenue basically goes away. And that's their discretion to do that. And we have to be prepared if they do it. So it's just very important to note, because I think there's a lot of community commentary on Coca-Cola is still here. And yes, Coca-Cola is still here, but in a greatly diminished capacity. So next slide, if you would. So these are kind of my final comments on this enterprise, and these relate to non-Coca-Cola usage. So, Coca-Cola is leaving. So what does the usage for everybody else in the city look like? And the answer is in front of you. I broke it out by fiscal year. Excuse me. FY21 was sort of an interesting year because it was COVID impacts. 21 and 22 were COVID impacts. So I sort of struggled with whether to include those fiscal years, but I ultimately did. And I think it's pretty clear that the usage is flat to declining. And because rates have not changed, the revenue is flat to declining. So this is notable as we contemplate how best to stabilize this enterprise when Coca-Cola leaves. So if we think about usage rate increases, if you do a little bit of bad math, what does a 3% rate increase look like? 3% times $4.3 million is like $140,000, right? What's a 4% rate increase look like? What's a 5% rate increase look like? And what is it actually buying you when we have inflationary pressures on the enterprise? There's a lot of talk about the general fund and, we can only raise it by, 2.5%, right? So we haven't touched this since 2019. So the reason I put this slide in here is to just make it clear that the rest of the city, we don't have wildly increasing usage in our residential and commercial base that is here. We actually have declining usage from everybody else. We move to the next slide. I'll shift to the sewer enterprise. So like our water system, we own and maintain extensive infrastructure, including our treatment plant, 110 miles of sewer collection mains, and 7 remote pump stations, which pump wastewater from areas of the city where it cannot flow by gravity. We also receive and treat wastewater from the town of Williamsburg between 80,000 and 120,000 gallons per day. We are regulated by EPA and DEP, and we hold an NPDES permit. NPDES stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. That is issued by EPA, and it allows us to discharge treated wastewater into the Connecticut River under very strict parameters. So the treatment plant on Hockenham Road receives all of the wastewater in the city. During excessive rain events and snowmelt, stormwater can infiltrate the sewer system and mix with wastewater, and all of it has to be treated as wastewater. Last year, we treated 1.5 billion gallons and we flow about 5 to 6 million gallons a day. You can flip to the next slide if you would, please. So what's interesting about our wastewater flows is there's actually no way to shut them off. So the water is coming to the wastewater treatment plant and we better be ready to receive it and process it, or we are in violation of our permit. And there's actually a lot that can go wrong very quickly. The wastewater treatment plant is in the low point of the city. So if the power's out or we're having some sort of problem, that water can back up very quickly and create catastrophic damage, as well as permit problems and, ultimately a discharge to the Connecticut River, which is in conflict with public health. So again, our flows are declining. That can be somewhat attributable to weather. It can also be attributable to lack of flow from Coca-Cola. Move to the next slide if you could. This is a similar chart to the water enterprise. All of the components of the budget are the same. And like the water enterprise, the bottom line is unchanged over 6 years. This is a $6.177 million enterprise, water is 6.9 million. So please note in particular the debt service amounts. These will climb significantly in the coming year. Because of the upgrades to the plant. So there are 4 ways to relieve this budget. We can cut expenses, we can cut capital projects, we can raise rates, or we can transfer from stabilization. That $6.177 million has to move this year. It has to increase because the debt service is increasing. So I've highlighted the debt service in blue, and you can see the climb as we start to take on debt service from our phase 1 upgrades. The phase 2 upgrades are going to hit, and that number is going to get bigger. So now look at the blue of the transfer to capital projects, and the way I've had to build these budgets in order to maintain the line in yellow is by decreasing capital investment. It's the only way. This year, when we build the budget, there's no expenses to cut. Debt service is climbing, so we will be transferring from stabilization in order to stabilize this enterprise and to keep rates steady. And I will discuss that more once the budget is built. But with the order that is on the agenda tonight that does not increase sewer rates, our only option is to either cut expenses or to transfer from stabilization. So next slide, if you could. So this is the identical slide to what I showed in water. Prior to 2023, there were no base charges in the sewer enterprise. When Coca-Cola announced their departure, the base rate charge was meant to replace their lost revenue. And you can see from the numbers on the slide, we actually nailed this spot on. The impact to the average residential user at the time was $115 a year. Usage rates did not change. So the sewer rates for the average residential user, because of the base charge, was $115 per year. And again, the usage fees did not change. So at the time, again, as in water, we did not anticipate that Coca-Cola would continue their operations within the city. And we have collected, since the time of their announcement to today, about $1.4 million in revenue. So again, like water, what did we do with that money? You can go to the next slide if you would. So again, it's a closed system. All the revenue needs to stay within the system and has to be used for expenses associated with the enterprise. So as you are aware, we're in the midst of a $20 million upgrade to the wastewater plant, a project which comes on the heels of a $12 million upgrade project, which was completed 2 years ago. And I pointed out that increasing debt service on the prior slide, these projects are the drivers of that debt service. And the reason I totaled up all these projects at $37 million over the past several years is to show, that $37 million is like 6 times the overall value of the enterprise. And we funded a lot of work. The non-wastewater treatment plant work has all been funded with cash. And what we are doing when you did the transfer from retained earnings in January, we take that cash that goes into like sewer line replacement and we use it to replace sewer lines throughout the city. And sewer lines break just like water mains do, certainly not with the frequency, but we certainly have trouble with them and have to have them repaired. I also want to mention, with the wastewater moving into the plant, our stormwater is moving into the plant along with the wastewater, and this really stresses our system. So one of the things that we're trying to do is line sewer lines all throughout the city to reduce inflow and infiltration. We're actually going to be doing a lot of work in Ward 2, Crescent Street in particular. Our contractor will be mobilizing shortly, but we have 110 miles of sewer mains. And last year we did about a mile. So, and it cost about $1.5 million. So, that's kind of what we're up against. That's just sort of some rough numbers for you to contemplate. So next slide. These are capital projects that are either currently happening or in development. As I mentioned, we have 7 pump stations. All of them are quite old and in need of rehabilitation. So we're focused on Rick Drive and William Street. And as I mentioned, we also have a very aggressive sewer lining program ongoing, all big numbers. Okay, next. So this slide is going just like water, is going to show Coca-Cola's tailing usage and projections for revenue this year and a portion of next. So this revenue is really fractional relative to previous levels. And we are fairly certain that they are leaving at the end of this year. I believe that the mayor's office just had correspondence with them to that end. So I think, that we had a slight reprieve, but this is going to be a little bit of a different presentation next year. So next slide, if you would. Final comments on this enterprise are to show the usage for non-Coca-Cola commercial and residential customers. It's really an identical slide to water. Again, as we think about, what does the future of this enterprise look like and what do? Our usage is completely flat to declining. Our revenue is flat to declining. At a time where we're seeing double-digit increases in prices for everything. So next slide. So for FY27, we propose no change to either base rate fees or usage fees. Here's the schedule for water. This is posted on the city's website, and you can move to the next slide, which is sewer rates. So these are the existing sewer rates, and nothing is changing. Next slide, if you would. Like last year, we discussed the income exemption programs for those households which may fall within the income guidelines, which are shown on this slide. These are 2026 numbers. 2027 numbers have not yet been released. So if residents feel like they're eligible, they should contact the assessor's office for more information. Applications are accepted on a rolling basis throughout the fiscal year. And if eligible, all the base charges are waived. So next and last slide, I will end by commenting that we strive to do 2 things within these enterprises. We need stable operations and stable financials and rates. Those are our 2 goals. I believe that we have done both successfully, given the extraordinary pressures that we are under. These are the employees of the water and sewer enterprises. Our treatment plants and our operations are required to have 365-day-a-year coverage, and all of us work nights, holidays, and weekends alongside our colleagues in police and fire and dispatch under very adverse conditions. And we deliver these services with pride to everybody in the city. So I conclude, as I always do, with a thank you to all of them for their efforts in keeping everybody safe and providing these reliable services. So thank you for bearing with me through this presentation. We'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Actually, thank you very much. I was going to start with the public again. So let me just check and see if there's anyone in the room. The comments would be about the water sewer rate. Yeah, I'm sorry, my glasses on. Okay, that's fine. Is that okay, Doctor? Okay. Nick, you can come up.
Yes, thank you. Nick Modern, 16 Strong Avenue, Northampton. I'm wondering if having a modest increase in the fees paid by the users now would be able to cut back on the debt service that going forward, that might be something beneficial. And I don't know if the banks need any more of our money than what they're getting now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Checking online and then come on up. I don't see anyone online, so why don't you come up and then we'll get your question answered. There's other people.
So thank you for that presentation. I thought it was really informative. What I'm understanding is that most households paid $243 extra dollars in anticipation of Coca-Cola leaving. They didn't leave, and we did take in, it sounds like a total of $3.4 million, which was then spent on needed capital projects. $243 can be a lot for some families, and I think we do need to think about that. And I'm wondering, on the graph, the trend looked like it was kind of straight across for anticipation of Coca-Cola leaving. Last year, same presentation had that line going straight down. This year, they didn't leave. You never know what's going to happen in the future. If the trend were to continue as is and they stayed, and we did generate extra income again, would any of that money be used on the Picture Main Street project? Thank you.
Thank you. Looking online for any comments on the water sewer rate, looking in the room, and we'll go to questions to the director.
So there's two. Might having a modest increase in usage fee help with the debt service?
So I think any increase in rates will relieve the financial pressures on both enterprises. So the answer to that question is always yes, that it will. We are proposing no change to the rates this year because Coca-Cola has been operating in the city. And I think we think it's important to see what they're going to do before adding additional burden to the ratepayers.
Okay. And then the next question is, could you use money from this enterprise for Picture Main Street?
So the sewer and water enterprises are again closed systems to the extent that water and sewer infrastructure is to be altered as part of Picture Main Street. My comment on this is that there is ARPA money that has been appropriated to pay for water line relocation, and that money has already been appropriated through the ARPA program. We will not be spending that money until we have the bids back and construction begins. So the cost of those upgrades is not known at this time, but there is an appropriation that has previously been made for water.
Okay, I think before we move on to counselors, I think the questioner might have had a different take on the question.
I appreciate the answer, but that was not my question. My question is if that additional money, so the $243 that each household is paying, if Coca-Cola does not in fact leave, as the trend has been up until now, and we generate extra income, which sounds like was 3.4 million in the past year, would any of that specific money be used for Picture Main Street?
Thank you. If you want to add.
Yeah, so I can just, so what we do is when there is, as we did in January, we transfer from retained earnings to capital projects. So any revenue over and above what we budget, we are going to take in, which is $6.945 million. So if we take in anything more than that and do not spend it, it has to come before council and then be voted for specific capital projects. So in order to steer that to Main Street, it would have to come to council and it would have to be voted for that specific capital project the same way we just did in January if it were in fact excess revenue within the enterprise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm hearing that it's possible to do that, but there's the stopgap of the council proposal. It's not a.
I don't know if this question was more appropriate to address to Mayor Sciarra. I appreciate Director Lascalia's answer, but it's more plans versus possibilities.
Okay. All right. I think she's asking not in the hypothetical. She's asking, are there plans to use any?
There are no plans, but to be clear, so the Main Street project includes water and sewer replacement, which is necessary because both of those are extremely old, have failed in certain places. This is work that has to be done. As I will repeat what I always say, which is if we did not do it as part of this project, where the state is paying for the opening and then reconstruction of the street, then the city would have to pay for that. As of the way it is being bundled with the project, we are responsible for the infrastructure underneath the street, which, as I said, must be dealt with.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to, do you have a comment on the water sewer
Yes.
rate? Okay,
Well, actually, it's more of a question.
okay, question.
Now, I come from another community. I've been here almost, 5.5 years. And I know in other communities, when they have received over what they budgeted, they've returned money to the residents who had their fees increased. So would that ever happen here in Northampton is my first question. I understand what Mayor Shara is saying about Main Street. I also understand that Director LaScalia was saying it costs $30,000 for one break. So what I was wondering is, if there is an overage, if the Coca-Cola company remains, if rates are increased, can money be put aside specifically in the event of water main breaks? Or sewer line breaks? Can money be put aside specifically for that purpose?
Okay, thank you. And would you state your name and?
Joanne Sickles, One View Avenue, Northampton,
Thank
Mass.
you very much. Okay, so I'll let Councilor Loisel. Did you want to, or repeat them? You got it, right? Usually we have a big list, so we write them down, but there was only 2 then. So why don't you go ahead and answer unless you need a question.
I think the easiest way to answer this is to say that we have stabilization funds within the enterprise, where in the past we have actually transferred excess revenue out of retained earnings at the end of the year. We have transferred to stabilization, and those stabilization funds are actually going back to the ratepayers this year in the sewer enterprise. We are going to transfer out of stabilization in order to balance the sewer enterprise budget and not raise rates this year. And that has always been part of the strategy. So that money actually is being returned to the ratepayers this year through the stabilization fund. In terms of appropriating overages to specific things like water main breaks and sewer main breaks, that's actually what the council did in January when we came to you and said, we have these retained earnings. Here is the value. Could you please appropriate this money to water main replacement? That's the account I use to pay for water main breaks. So that's actually already happening, and it just happened in January.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to councilors' questions and comments on the water sewer. Go ahead, Councilor Nabad.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, my question is, would you say that during the time that Coca-Cola has stayed, that has enabled the city to not raise the rates? And then my second question is, I'm hearing 2 different figures. I'm hearing on average, the ratepayers, with the last increase, it averaged about $115 a household per year. Whereas I'm hearing another figure tonight, which is $243 a year. So I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
No.
Yeah. So, so the answer to your first question about Coca-Cola, I think Coca-Cola's continued operation in the city has delayed a conversation about rate increases. And I think it's always difficult to have a conversation around, what % are we looking at to increase usage rates. But I think Coca-Cola's continued operation has enabled us to feel confident that we are going to be able to balance our capital needs and the operating expenses of the enterprise. It has been a surprise to us, and it is not necessarily the way we want to operate. I think most communities want to have sort of a glide path of rates. You know, they do a consistent 2.5%, 2.5%, 2.5%. We have held firm and not changed anything. And again, because that's one of our goals is stable financials and stable rates for people. So I think it's delaying the conversation. And then, yeah.
Can I just piggyback on that? So, you know, every year, Director LaScalia, Director Nardi, and I have at least a couple sort of intense conversations about this. And yes, that's exactly right. You know, I'm very sensitive to the fact that Coke is still here and that we are still getting revenue. I think as Director LaScalia has laid out, it's not meeting the needs that we have in these enterprises. But you know, it has delayed us talking about rate increases because I know that it peeves people. I mean, I believe they have told me many times they're leaving, and it's very frustrating. And as Director LaScalia said, we have to take them at their word because we have to prove revenue to DOR. We can't just be like, well, maybe they're going to stay. So, you know, that's something that while we have significant needs in these enterprises, it's something that I'm very sensitive to.
And then your question about the $115. And so water has to stay over here and sewer has to stay over here. So when I talked about the increases, the $115 was sewer and the other figure was water. And then Melissa added them together, and that was the overall impact to the user. But I have to keep them separated for our financial purposes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Council Perry.
Yeah. Director LaScalia, you know how much I love your tours in the DPW. Sorry, other departments. You guys are awesome too. But I think one thing that really stands out, and you brought this up today, was just the scope of Northampton's water and sewer and how it's hard to compare because the enterprise is large. But a thing that also during the tours you see is how hard all of the employees are working and they're doing multiple things. And so for me, my question is when you talk about having like a water main break, you say $30,000. That's not, or maybe I'm wrong. Does that include just kind of other projects have to stop? You have to pull people off of things, schedule and do things like that. Is that kind of factored in, or is that extra?
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting opportunity cost in that $30,000 figure, but you know, that would include overtime, equipment use, parts, contractor assistance for excavation. Sometimes these water main breaks can run 20, 24 hours, and we have to you know, sectionalize and operate the system. And then a lot of times there's extreme disruption. So we end up with discolored water, and depending on where the break is, we can have discolored water all over the city. And then you chase that for another 2 days, and we have to open, you know, every hydrant and every, you know, street corner and just let it flow. So there's a huge cost associated with that. So that's kind of just a back of the napkin estimate that includes, you know, personnel, equipment, materials.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, because we have new counselors, just briefly the background here. When's the last time besides the hike we had? Was it last year, the year before? 2023. Okay. And before that, how long had it been since you had the rates had been raised?
July 1st, 2019, we did 2.5% across the board in water and sewer.
Right. So not every year. Yeah. And then I remember it really impressed me how long Coke had been here and how much of the water system, you know, it was kind of formed around them. And how you can't just decommission that. It's very expensive to decommission that level of infrastructure. But could you give me was it the 60s? No. When did Coke get here? And how much of our water system were they using when they were in full, when they were operating in full capacity?
I believe the Coke has been in the city since the 50s.
50s, okay.
And not in the same location where they currently are. But at their height, they were a full 25% of the revenue and usage in both the water and sewer enterprises. And we actually constructed the Bradford Street pump station on the sewer side to facilitate their operations, received grants from the state and a loan on which we're still paying debt service within the enterprise for that station. So that's an example of infrastructure that was installed and they were really the driver for it. And now they're exiting and we are left with the debt service. So that's certainly been part of the conversation that the mayor has been having with, state level officials and certainly the governor's office and representatives from Coca-Cola corporate. But it's not like we say, okay, well, Coca-Cola is leaving, we can just decommission the Bradford Street pump station. Like we still need to serve the industrial park. We still have a water treatment plant. So, though they were 25% of our enterprise, it's not like we can just, shut something off or discontinue a portion of the pipe. That's not the case. Everything needs to continue. We're just flowing 25% less water.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Robbins and then Councilor Stratton.
Thank you for that. And thank you so much for our visit to all of the departments. It was really, really educational and well done. And thank you to the folks who were so generous about showing us the work that they're doing and the amazing system that we have in place in this city. One question, and I guess we don't track it here, is really to have a history of what grants have been put out there and fulfilled that have subsidized that. You've just talked a little bit about the infrastructure that had to go into for Coca-Cola. But I know Congressman McGovern recently awarded the city $500,000 for the hub around water and hygiene. And I wonder if we had put in similar requests to cover some of the major infrastructure needs that the water department has at this point. Are there some that we haven't gotten? Are there some that we have put out there and we're waiting for results from it? Or are there more intensive efforts that you might need support in order to make more aggressive requests for those services?
So the biggest thing that we pursue within our enterprises is what's called SRF funding. So that's state revolving fund. So that's a very low interest loan, like 1 to 1.5% with a certain percentage of loan forgiveness. So for our wastewater treatment plant upgrades, we have received SRF funding. That's a very complicated application process. There's a lot of administration that goes into that. And it greatly benefits the ratepayers when we are awarded that funding, because otherwise we're bonding at 5.5% or whatever the city's bond rate is. So that is a program that we aggressively pursue, and we actually pursued it for the transmission main, and we did not get it. And we did not get it because the state is actually prioritizing PFAS projects and lead removal projects, not construction of a transmission main, no matter how important we feel that it may be. So that was disappointing, but that's actually the best program. There are sort of limited options around our utilities for the grants that you are describing. There are a lot of programs out there for PFAS and lead, but we do not have significant lead facilities in the city. Actually, nothing that the city owns is lead. And we do not have PFAS in our water like vexes many other communities. So those are actually where the resources of the state are focused at this time in terms of grants.
Can I just expand that? So I think McGovern's were federal grants. So are we pursuing those as well?
I think that I'll defer to the mayor on that for priorities.
We have been so not water sewer, but flood control. We've been prioritizing seeking congressionally directed spending for flood control and pump station.
So we're not doing water. Could we do water?
Well, you have to prioritize what we think are the the biggest risks. So that's where we have put our energy in trying, as we talked about when we were at the wastewater treatment plant in the pump station, that has been a significant concern for us and for our state delegation. So that's been sort of a focus for us and for Senator Comerford and Rep. Sabadosa.
Just maybe talk about the disappearance of BRIC. I mean, there are a lot of federal funds that simply no longer exist. We had millions across all departments, but in DPW stuff, there was an EPA grant we tried to get that would have done things. There was BRIC. What does BRIC stand for, Donna? I don't know.
Building Resilient Infrastructure Community,
Gone.
that program. Yeah, that program's
Gone.
FEMA. That was
Hours of work applying for these things gone. So some of it is, the federal government is not really a source of revenue at the moment for most municipal projects.
Hey, one thing I will add is that there is a dam and seawall program that we are working with for the repairs to Ryan Reservoir. So actually the design is partially funded through that grant. And then we will be pursuing funding through that program when we're actually ready for construction. But it is likely that the construction cost will exceed any grants that would come out of that program, but that's another example of something that we're working through right now.
Yes. So a couple of things. One, there's that rumor floating around that we still have some wooden water mains, which I don't think is the case, but more generally, I really feel like the walls are closing in on us here because we were sized for Coca-Cola, and that is clearly changing. And I think this presents a very real challenge for the city, and it's a challenge I take very seriously. I think the idea of the separation between the enterprises and the general fund is a nice idea. I think it's had some holes in it. I mean, I'm looking at $5 or $6 million of direct ARPA spending that effectively subsidized the enterprises, and we could have used that in many places in the city. We could have paved streets or something. And by doing that, we've been able to hold the rates down. I mean, that in addition to cutting back on the capital investment, that really is part of how we've held the rates down, and that's there's a lot of political sensitivity to the water and sewer rates. Let's put it that way. I think we have all gotten the emails. It does raise some interesting policy questions because, people also say, hey, we should have progressive property taxes. Well, the state won't let us have progressive property taxes. But one thing we can do is that CPA exemption, which also waives the water sewer base charges. So that's like one single income bracket we can put on part of our municipal revenue. So, I don't know that we have more of this money coming to us that we could use in the enterprise or the general fund, but the way we've been subsidizing the enterprise has actually, you could say, made our taxation even less progressive than it needed to be. Not that I'm going to sit here and propose, hey, let's raise the water and sewer base rates, because then I know my inbox would really blow up. But, some other ideas on this closing in, when we tear down the water tanks, maybe that produces a few pieces of property we could sell. I assume that's a drop in the bucket. There's been talk, can we find a replacement for Coca-Cola? And I think it's very interesting to be a community where sooner or later someone's going to say, hey, we should ban single-use plastic bottles. And then we're shipping a big portion of our water supply out of the city in bottles on trucks. And I don't find those things very consistent. It's been great for the bottom line, but is that really who we stand for as a community? So I wonder, have we looked at more deals to sell water to other communities? I think we have a few that are sort of as a backup water supply, but when people in East Hampton complain about the taste of their water or something, is that a direction that we could look at as a city in the future? So I guess the questions were the wooden water main and the what happens to the water tank sites were the really specific ones. The others were maybe more policy.
So as far as wooden water mains go, there are none that I'm aware of, although there are in the stormwater system, there are actually tunnels constructed out of bricks with wooden floors. And actually earthen floors. So in some places the water flows over the wood. and actually keeps it, it's like a swamp logging thing, if you guys have ever seen that show. But it's over time it becomes earthen, and that actually runs right under Main Street, under the railroad bridge, and then down Holly Street. So that's a brick arch, and it was constructed back in the 1800s. That's
Is that the Market Street Brook?
Street Brook. You got it. But anyway, the average age of our water mains is, probably a little bit before, 1900. I mean, so everything is, well beyond its service life. So, just something that's notable. And there's a lot of miles of them. In terms of surplusing the property where the water tanks are, I don't think that's a huge moneymaker. And we actually will have decommissioned infrastructure on that, that may not be suitable to be surplused. So I mean, nice idea, but I don't think I don't think there's a lot of money in that. And then, we do receive Williamsburg's sewage. I wouldn't say that that's a huge money maker for us. We get between $140,000 and $170,000 a year from them. Exploring water sales to other communities is obviously a larger conversation, than that would need to be started.
Just if I could sneak in one more thing, would expanding the sewer network, would it basically cost more than we would take in by doing that? Especially, I assume not everyone would switch over immediately.
Yeah, I think there's some places in the city, out in wards
Route 66 or something, yeah.
like out in Councilor Mary's and your wards, and we actually just received an inquiry from Audubon Road, but the population density isn't such that, this is a huge revenue source for the city. It costs us more to build something, and then someone connects, and, the payback on it's like 50 years if you only have 2 users or something, so unless there were some crazy development that were to happen out there, it's just not a lot of revenue.
Thank you.
Can I just, before I start hearing from East Hampton, I just want to say, so they've actually won awards for like the best tasting water in the state. So in the country, there you go, best tasting water in the country. So that doesn't seem like a likely source, and no disrespect, East Hampton.
Go ahead, Councilor Loizao.
So I found this kind of dire, and I'm surprised that we're not raising rates. Not saying we should, but how can you be so calm about this?
It's my job to be calm on the outside.
Yes.
Right. I think that I'm confident in our strategy, and we have, built our capital projects and staged our capital projects in a way that I feel like they're progressing well. I think that I've delivered the presentation tonight with a message that this stability is really unprecedented. I think anyone who reads the newspaper and pays attention to, regional water and sewer rates understands that increases of 10 and 15% are not uncommon, and that Northampton has really enjoyed tremendous rate stability and a very well-run system, and we're very proud of that. But I think that the time is coming where rates are going to have to move, and they are going to have to move more than 2 and 3%, and that everything in the world is moving more than 2 and 3%. So I think, the message tonight is that we have managed this as well as we can. Coca-Cola is in fact leaving. And when they leave, we have to be prepared to understand the impacts of that and to make the decision to raise rates in a way that is actually going to make an impact on the enterprise and allow us to continue our operations. In the meantime, we have very good reserves in the sewer enterprise, and we should use them and return that to the ratepayers. We do not have those reserves in the water enterprise, but we will be losing the debt service for the plant, so that will open up capacity within the enterprise. So I feel like we are well positioned in both enterprises, but I feel like next year there will need to be a conversation, and there will need to be some movement on these rates.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions about the water sewer rates before we close the hearing? Okay, I would entertain a motion to.
I'll move to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion by Council Perry, seconded by, oh, wait, did you second it? Council Clemmer. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, water sewer rate hearing? You guys fighting out that one out? Say aye if you're in favor of closing the hearing.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay. So that hearing is so closed. So counselors, there may be some very patient public commenters, but I would like to, there's one item left that we might need Director Lascalia to comment on. And I was wanting to move that one so that she can clock out, and then we go to public comment and then take a recess. We could also do recess public comment, but that's what I was thinking. So if
Need a recess sooner.
okay, well, let's just get through. I would like to just do this one in financials, financial orders on first reading. There's the 26.037 in order to reprogram $914,035 to unexpended bond proceeds for the DPW cold storage facility in first reading. This is what Councilor Stratton was referring to. Let's take this now, even though it's later in the agenda, so that the director can clock out.
Okay.
Well, hi.
Hey again. So once upon a time, many, many years ago, there was conversation about a new DPW facility. So I'm turning back the clock like probably 15 or 20 years. And price tag on that facility came in very high. There was a design that was completed. So when I was appointed director in 2016, one of my assignments from the former mayor was to sort of assess the design of the new DPW facility and then determine what the needs of the DPW were and, kind of how could we move forward. So we did quite a bit of consolidation within the DPW. We moved out of the old water department building at 237 Prospect Street. And then the strategy that we came up with is that we were going to build storage buildings at 3 locations, one at Locust Street, one at Spring Grove Cemetery, and one at the water treatment plant after we had consolidated operations from Prospect Street up to the water treatment plant. So this was like a year and a half before COVID. So we came to council with this plan. We're going to build 3 storage buildings because ultimately the cost of a new facility was prohibitive. We had to look at what are the resources that we have, what's a reasonable expectation for DPW employees and our equipment, where can we get the biggest impact? And the idea is we've got all this equipment, sitting outside, degrading in the sun and the snow. We just need to get it under cover. And that in and of itself is going to make a huge positive impact to the DPW. Maybe we could sort of hold on, the $35 million facility at the time. So that was the strategy. So there was a bond authorization for both the Locust Street building and the Spring Grove Cemetery. And then there was an appropriation that was made through the operating budget in the water enterprise for the water building. So those were the 3. And then the wheels came off with COVID. So we started, design and like permitting and assessment of feasibility. And, we were just about ready to do everything. And then COVID happened and our priorities shifted. We were able to build the building at the water treatment plant, kind of slid in under the tag. It cost about twice what we thought it was going to cost. And the building at Locust Street and the building at Spring Grove got put on hold. So here we are many years later, and we have the unexpended bond proceeds both from Locust Street and from Spring Grove. And obviously the world is a very different place than it was 7 or 8 years ago. And so we have to look at our available funding and what we can do. And, the price of everything has basically doubled. So this is an example of taking the resources that you have and making the best of it and trying to make the best possible impact. So what we are proposing is that we take the unexpended bond proceeds from Spring Grove, consolidate them with the money that has already been appropriated for Locust Street, and we are going to build the storage building, or we propose to build a storage building at Locust Street. So if I add up everything that has previously been appropriated and then add the $914,000 to it, I have a little bit over $2 million. And I am confident that we will be able to put up a storage building that will satisfy, definitely not all of our needs, but, get our most valuable trucks at the very least out of the weather. I mean, this is like austere. It's nothing fancy. There's no heat. There may not even be lights. I just need for these things so that they don't freeze and they're not baking in the sun and degrading our $400,000 truck. That's the request. And this will be built at Locust Street. I have a design team from Ty and Bond. They do a lot of work for us on our utilities because I have utility conflicts. Behind that building is a lot of complicated stormwater infrastructure that has to be looked at. There's a water line that has to be relocated. I also have environmental considerations because that is the DPW yard. So, I've got, I may have some considerations with soils that need to be looked at. So I intend to engage them if approved and try to get something up, within the next year to get these bond proceeds expended. So that's the plan.
Comments or questions, counselors?
Is there a time issue with this?
That's a Charlene question.
Yes, since these are bonded funds, there is a time issue. And just to be clear, these funds have to be spent. They can't be given back. We can't pay off the loan with them and just not use them. They have to be spent on a project that is in similar size and scope as the bond was issued.
And what is the time issue, though? You said there is one.
So the project has to be done within 18 months to 24 months.
Counselor Stratton?
So I'm trying to understand. I mean, were the bonds already issued and we've been paying interest on this money for the last 6 years?
So we have not, so we get interest-free bonds, so we would have to pay arbitrage for anything we earned interest on, and it was moved into a non-interest bearing account. There was a portion of time it was in an interest-bearing account. We've dealt with the arbitrage issue, and now we need to spend the bonds within the next 18 to 24 months.
Counselor Clemmer?
I think Director Nardi, so is this, you mean the project has to be totally completed in 18, 24 months, or just have to?
Yes, ideally, the money will all be spent in 24 months.
So this cold storage place could, you think you could get that up and running by in 24 months?
I do. I have to permit it. I have to make sure there's no environmental impacts. I have to work through stormwater details, and then I need planning board approval. So it's going to be tight.
Counselor Robbins?
So what if there are issues?
It's not uncommon that there are delays in spending bond proceeds. We are in contact with bond counsel. I'll let the director speak to that a little bit more. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Something comes up and this project can't happen because there are environmental issues or something else that our surveyors find out. What happens to the bond money?
So as the mayor just reminded me, it's not all bond money. So the bond money would be spent first. And then we do have other money that Director Scalia said she was going to put together. So we would use that. And ideally, as I said, it would be 24 months. But if there is legitimate reasons that we can't spend it, we will deal with the issues as we move forward.
I'll go to Counselor Limbad and back to Counselor Stratton.
That's okay. That's
okay. Counselor Stratton, did you have another question or comment?
I'm not seeing this in the SIP, and I'm trying to understand if I'm correct about that and maybe why it's not. And is there a little bit of a story of why this is reawakening now? I mean, did someone discover something that had been overlooked? Or I'm just kind of, this seems very big and very sudden. What's the backstory here?
So these were two SIP projects that were approved. As Director Lascalia said, these were three projects that were approved back in 2018 and 2019. We've completed one of the three. And now with the bonding and the bringing the idea of backup of dealing with the storage issues, we now would like to use this bond coordinate into the one Locust Street storage. We did not put it back in. It's reprogramming funds that have already been appropriated. So the SIP is appropriating new funds for new projects. This is an existing project, 2 existing projects. We're not going to do one. We're going to accumulate or combine all the money into the existing project at Locust Street.
We do have a number of reprogrammings in the SIP.
So we reprogram the funds. We don't do the same projects. So we are taking, if you see the reprogramming in the SIP, that is from projects that were completed and that is leftover funds from that project. And we're using that money for new projects in the SIP.
Councilor Limbad.
Can I make a motion to suspend the rules to approve this because it's already been approved and it's just.
Yeah, there's no motion on the floor. You could, yes, you can make a motion to suspend the
motion
rules
to
to vote tonight. Is that what you're?
Suspend the rules and make a motion to vote on this tonight. This
second it.
particular item.
Okay,
Yeah, second it.
motion made by Councilor Nabad, second by Councilor Clemmer.
Wait.
So we can still discuss, by the way. So there's a motion on the floor and a second to suspend the rules to vote tonight. All those, you can do it. Wait, suspend the rules. This is to suspend the rules.
Can there be discussion on that motion?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's really a last ditch option, and it seems a very problematic habit to get into as sort of our first instinct here. It kind of shortcuts a chance to take some time and understand what's going on between now and the next meeting. So I'm a little troubled with that. Not just the single instance, but the pattern of it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? And we can still discuss. This is just about the motion to suspend the rules. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays?
No.
Two nays? Oh, any abstentions? Oops.
I would ask for calling the roll.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so yeah, sorry, you'll have to do that. I mean,
Councillor Dobbs,
Yes.
Councillor Clemmer,
Yes.
Councillor Loisel.
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
yes.
Councillor Nabad,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
No.
Councillor Robbins,
No.
and Councillor Stratton.
No.
3, so it does pass.
I'm just trying to remember, I'm thinking of orders to
Yeah.
change the council rules.
Right.
2/3 majority, yes.
That's
That's
passed.
suspension,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so the suspending the rules passes, and now we can discuss, so we can vote tonight on this. Councillor Perry.
Yes, so my vote is not against this repurposing of funds because this is something that we've actually talked about a number of times, Director Lascalia. Like even on tours, we see that our equipment is out. When we go to the water treatment plant, we saw how useful just that shed is, but also how expensive it is. So I do believe in the project. I think that it's very important to take care of our equipment. As you said earlier today, no matter what, our equipment has to work. And so having things stay outside, it messes up the tubes, all that stuff. When we toured, we saw that they would have to take off the plows and then refit it to sand, all of that stuff. But I did not, well, we can vote about it, but really I also agree that I don't see an immediate need to start this. This is something that's been working for a while. And I know that the DPW is scrappy and you guys will get it done. So I am gung-ho for this. I believe it's an appropriate repurposing of our funds, but just that kind of need didn't feel appropriate to me.
That's fair. Councillor Loisel.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. Thank you for proposing it. It seems like I feel an urgent need to get those trucks protection because they're really expensive equipment. And so, and this has been talked about since before the pandemic. So I don't see why we would wait. it doesn't seem like a pattern to me. It just seems like this particular order makes a lot of sense to do now.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's also some trucks that DPW is asking for, very expensive trucks on the SIP, and it'd be nice to have them not sit out, brand new trucks that we're gonna hopefully get, and have a little shelter for them to go and, you know, like Councilor Loisel said, they were out in the elements in this horrible winter, and we spend a lot of money on this equipment. We want to make it last as long as we can. So, and with all the hoops you have to jump through to get this approved, I think, you know, sooner rather than later.
I just want to make the comment that, no offense, but my constituents will be delighted. And the reason I know a lot about this project is because my constituents were not happy about it going in the Spring Grove Cemetery. They felt they had a lot of fears about the changing, look of the cemetery. So I would like to go email them and tell them they don't have to think about that anymore. Okay, any other, yes, Council Robbins.
And I would like to take just 2 more weeks to think about it more because I don't know very much about it. And I really would love to revisit what the conversation was in 2019. You're more up on it than I am. And I feel a little due diligence pressure on that.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or we'll vote? Yes, Councilor Stratton.
I mean, I'm very open to the idea of this project, but the trucks have been sitting out in the sun for 6 years, and I think that making this decision on 48 hours, shortcutting public comment, I'm going to be voting no based on the decision process, not on the project.
Councilor Nabad.
I just want to say I was inspired to suspend the rules because I actually have been attending public meetings since I got here in 2019, almost all of them in every department. And so I have seen this unfolding. And again, we went on a wonderful tour at the DPW, and I think it's really, this is already approved. So thank you.
Okay, so why don't we, wait. Yes, vote. That's the thing we have to do. Okay, so let's just do a roll call because
I don't think there's a motion.
Oh,
I'll make a motion to approve.
all right, motion to approve, excuse me. Yeah, motion made by Councilor Dobbs, second by Councilor Clemmer. Now the motion to, okay. So why don't we just do a roll call because it seemed like it might be easier.
Sure. Councilor Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Loisel,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nabad,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Robbins,
Yes.
Councilor Stratton,
No.
and Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes. So that we're done with that order. You may go do whatever you want, I guess. Oh, yeah, sure. Good night. Thank you for all your help, all your, presentations and your support tonight with questions.
Thanks.
Okay.
All of you.
Thank you.
Good night.
So we,
Yeah, I'd like
Yeah.
to take a break now.
okay, so you want to take, okay, so we have we do have public comment, but why don't we take a 10-minute recess? Be back here at 10 o'clock, and then we'll do general public comment online, for Zoom and in person. Okay, welcome back to the Northampton City Council. We're up to general public comment. So I should probably read the whole thing. So if you wish to make a public comment, please sign up on the sheet. Actually, why don't we just raise our hands if you're in the room, and then use your virtual hand on Zoom.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, so if we're up to general public comment. So if you're on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand and we'll look for hands in the room. And I'll alternate. And we'll do the same council limits of 2 minutes. And after 2 minutes, I will ask you to finish your sentence. And as according to council rules, we do not respond during public comment. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Okay. Let's see if there's any patient, brave souls left. Yes, Nick, come on up.
Yes, hi, thank you. And I'm glad that we've all had the patience to stay here this long. I came to the city council meeting tonight to give you documentation to the mayor and the city council, and this is for you, Mayor Yara. This documentation shows that L3 Harris Technologies, which has a weapons plant in Northampton, is providing weapons to Israel and to the United States that are being used to kill civilians in Gaza, and we must assume now in Lebanon and Iran. I feel that this documentation must be included in reasons for ejecting L3 Harris from Northampton. There are other reasons as well. This documentation was gathered to provide the Northampton City Court judge with a basis for finding me and 3 of my colleagues innocent of trespass and disorderly conduct, charges for our protest occupation 1 year ago in the lobby of the L3 Harris plant. And you may be aware that Pocky Wieland, who passed just a week ago today, was one of the protesters who were involved with that. And we used the necessity defense. And this documentation I've given you is very important, not only because the necessity defense is very rarely permitted and succeeds, and it's a testament to the quality of the affidavits that you have in front of you. I want to invite the mayor, the city council, and all citizens to participate in the protest at L3 Harris plant on Route 66 that is being planned by Smith College students for 3:30 p.m. next Wednesday, March 25th. And we hope that you'll all be able to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm just looking on Zoom for hands. Okay, anyone else in the room? Oh, yep, please come up. Thank you, and state your name and city or town, whatever you're comfortable telling us.
Walter Moscala, Northampton, Massachusetts. I just wanted to say thank you to Mayor Chiara, the city council, and all the employees of Northampton City who are not here for their service to the city. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, not supposed to say it. Okay. No one on Zoom. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Melissa McAborski, I live in Northampton. It's important to hold our operating budget as we consider the capital budget. There are real concrete ways that we can do that. We don't need to approve the SIP prematurely, and we can start making changes to the way we do things tonight. We need to have transparency and clear expectations as we consider going into large projects. There's an item on the agenda tonight that can begin that process. These requests are simple and democratic. The opportunities are there, so please take them. Ask yourself, what is the harm in transparency? What is the harm in giving careful consideration to city finances as a whole, as the SIP and the operating budget come into being? Please take a moment to consider harm before you vote. And when you think about harm, please center the preventable harm that has been occurring to our children day after day since the choice was made to cut MPS staff and underfund our schools. It was a choice, and the harm is ongoing and increasing exponentially to children. If there is anything I hope we can all agree on, it's the importance of public education. It's public education. And the importance of democracy. I really hope we can all agree on that. Thank you.
Okay. Luke. Welcome.
Hello again, Luke Rotello, Florence. I want to emphasize that it was a meeting just like this about 15 months ago, taking place in January of last year, where the SIP was first considered for last year. And so we're encountering many of the same sort of rhetorical flourishes, many of the same points of emphasis that we need to get this done now. We cannot sort of take a step back and assess this, especially relative to the operating budget. And yet these points are coming through in March this time, rather than in January, when that was what was used as the justification for pushing this forward in the first meetings of the year. I can recall it was probably about 12:30 in the morning when efforts were made, again, about 15 months ago, to push forward essentially the entire capital plan as it had been proposed at that point to the consent agenda without basically like closing off to the greatest extent possible any further public comment or discussion. I should hope that we do not make the same mistake this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments from folks on Zoom or in the room before we close public comment? Okay. So now we'll move on to announcements from counselors and the mayor. Oh, Counselor Perry.
That's me. Well, I just wanted to say that unfortunately, last Monday, community resources couldn't meet. We had an issue with the internet, much like we had with this meeting, except for we couldn't get it to work. But part of the good thing is that we're repainting our city council chambers. And this is the people's chambers as well. So with that being said, we rescheduled our community resources meeting to Tuesday, April 21st. We are still going to have Grow Food Northampton here. We're going to have Abundance Farm, thank you, Councilor Nabad, as well as the Director of Parks and Rec to talk about Northampton Community Gardens. I will say that new gardener sign up is March 21st from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And you can go to the city website for the Northampton Community Gardens. So that sign up is before our meeting, but please join us to learn some information about some great resources.
Great. Thank you. Other counselors with any announcements? Committee or otherwise? Okay. Mayor, do you have any announcements? Okay. If we don't.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. There's just a reminder, there's no debate or discussion regarding any item on the consent agenda. Any items can be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of city council member, and then we can vote on those separately. So I'm just going to I'm just going to read through the consent agenda. So that's not the consent agenda. Oh, I lost my place. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's only, so now we get right. We actually dealt with the, oh, no, that's not on there. Okay. So the first one is the minutes of January 29th, 2026 Joint School Committee City Council meeting and March 5th, 2026 regular City Council meeting. And then B is 26.016 in order to establish water and sewer rates for FY 2027, and that's in second reading. And we had referred that to the consent agenda. And are those the only two items? Yes. Right. Okay. So those are the only two items. Any removals?
I'd move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion made by Councilor Perry, seconded by Councilor Clemmer, to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Any nays? Okay, that passes, including the water sewer rates. Okay. So now, we have a package of 14 financial orders to implement the FY 2027, FY 2031 capital improvement program. These are on first reading, so we're not voting tonight. And then, yeah. So we were discussing whether we wanted to move the resolution to have a more general conversation, which is also in first reading up. I feel like I think it's okay to take the orders first, and then maybe when we go at our next meeting, we've moved the resolution up before because it's an opportunity to have a more comprehensive and fuller discussion about the entire plan. So that's why we've moved it up before, but because it's only in first reading, we can take it in this order unless someone has a strong opinion to do it the other way. So, okay, let's look at these. So we have, I'll read the title. Okay, I'll read the titles. I won't read the whole thing because there's just an unusual amount. So we have 26.022 in order to appropriate 2,166 million free cash to various capital projects in first reading. And then we have 26.023 in order to appropriate $300,000 from climate mitigation stabilization for Jackson Street School air source heat pumps. And then C 26.024 in order to appropriate $515 and $756,000 from stabilization to NPS paratransit vans. 26.025 in order to appropriate 1.35 million from capital stabilization to various projects. 26.026 in order to authorize borrowing $1.8 million for City Hall roof replacement and exterior repairs. 26.027 in order to authorize borrowing $1 million for sidewalks. 26.028 in order to authorize borrowing $1.5 million for road reconstruction. 26.029 in order to authorize borrowing $700,000 for DPW vehicles. 26.030 in order to appropriate $25,000 from cemetery trust and income for cemetery restorative work. 26.031 in order to appropriate $30,000 from receipts reserved for appropriation, sale of land for tax title properties. 26.032 in order to appropriate parking receipts, reserve funds for parking projects. 26.033 in order to appropriate from stabilization and reprogram $450,000 to replace the AOM boiler. 26.034 in order to appropriate from capital stabilization and reprogram $120,000 for building facility condition assessment. And finally, 26.035, in order to reprogram tennis court project money to various NPS projects. Yes, Counselor Loizao.
I just wanted to suggest a possible path for this. There's several of these that are about reprogramming funds for particular projects. And then there's two that are sidewalks and roads. And so it would be F, G, L, M, and N. And I would think that those could go to the consent agenda. I don't know about the others, but those things seem like really important to get the paving going. I hear about it. We all hear about it from our constituents. And then the others are just reprogramming of funds. So those seem like candidates for the consent agenda. So I wanted to kind of suggest that as a possible thing.
Right. So these are in first reading. So we are deciding where to refer these to, and you can refer them as a group. Yes, Counselor Robbins.
Do I need to make a motion to refer to finance or?
Yes, you can, and you can also do group as well if you'd like, or. But wait, did you make a motion? No, you didn't make.
But I didn't make a motion because I thought we could maybe have a conversation
Right.
about it.
Okay.
But
No, that's fine. I just wanna-
but I would make a motion, but I wanted to hear
Yeah.
what other people thought.
Got it.
So that's
Yeah.
what I think. I'd like to make a motion to refer the whole list to finance and then bring it back, because first readings, these are fairly, even though they're reprogramming, and I understand about the sidewalks, they do need to be considered as a whole in terms of expenditures by the city in a larger frame. So I would love us to be able to take a little closer look at it.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Counselor Robbins and a second by Counselor
Can I ask a question?
Stratton. Yes.
Okay, so Rule 445, it says that an item can be removed upon the request prior to the taking of a vote on the motion to approve it, and that is to ask questions?
That's the consent agenda item? Right. We're in financial order.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. But then, okay, in that case, then my question is, can I ask questions on these items?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you have a motion on the floor?
Okay,
Now we can have.
okay, thanks. Okay, so, well, earlier when I was reviewing everything, I did have a question on F, 26027, on which sidewalks. But I think that some of that got answered tonight earlier during the hearing. And then for I 26.030, in order to appropriate 25,000, I had wondered if the cemetery projects have access to CPA funds. And then for J 26.031, in order to appropriate 30,000 from receipts reserved for appropriation, sale of land or tax title properties, first reading. I was wondering about more details on that, which lots these are, and the history. And then for M 26.034, in order to appropriate from capital stabilization and reprogram, 120,000 for building facility condition assessment. I was wondering which buildings are being assessed. Thanks.
Okay. I didn't get all of, I got caught on your first one.
Okay.
And then I
The sidewalks.
able to hear after that one. The first one was about cemeteries, right? So I have a recollection that they have gotten CPA funding for some of the historic restoration. I might be making that up. I'd have to go back and check. But your question is whether they would be eligible for some of the, for the historic restoration of some of the stones. And I guess I don't see why not. And I think maybe they have, but we can get that answer for you.
Thank you so much.
And then you got to tell me the other ones again.
Oh, sure. So, okay, so that was one. The sidewalk one, I think, was clarified earlier. The next one is 26.031. I was just wondering which lots. For the sale of land for tax title properties, what lots are we talking about here?
So they're actually not, there's no lots identified that they're going to purchase. They move the money so when lots come up that would add to the city's open space, there's a word, inventory, then they have the money available to do that. So there is no, to the best of my knowledge, Director Mish has no lots on her radar.
Okay, thank you.
Always on the SIP.
Right, it's an annual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then for the assessment, I was wondering what buildings are being,
So all buildings,
okay,
all the city-owned buildings, including schools.
great, thank you.
Val, could I build on that last comment? From the mayor, just had an additional question about. Oh, yeah, no, just really quickly. I thought that when we talked about this before, the schools weren't included in that. It was an option to consider expanding that to it when it was first presented. When Director Deppen presented it.
My understanding is it's for all buildings. So the entire city inventory, which includes schools.
You may be thinking about the
Yeah.
operational space project where we're looking at.
So that's different.
That is a different project than assessing the buildings. We're looking at where people sit in, sorry, my apologies. That she's also doing a study of sort of load balancing across space for human beings in all of the buildings. And I don't think that we opted to include the schools in that. That is mostly really the City Hall campus and James House and a couple other places, but not the schools.
Okay, my question is, are any of these financial orders time sensitive?
No.
It sounded like the 26.033 to appropriate stabilization money to replace the Academy of Music boiler. It sounded like Dr. Weil said, if the boiler lasts, so it sounded like that could probably use some money a little bit quicker, and it's just appropriating money. And I agree with Councilor Loisel that some of these are just reprogramming money. And I really don't think they need to go to finance. I think we could just send them to the consent agenda, and I could tell you which ones if you'd like.
While you're looking at, so we had planned on the normal process for the timing. So I'm sure the departments would be thrilled to get them started faster, but we had, our plan was for your normal process is what we mean when they're not time sensitive. We we expected you to have 2 readings.
You meaning you said you would expect them to go to finance and then come back? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that this would be first reading tonight.
Yeah.
And then in 2 weeks would be the second reading. As opposed to voting, trying to move something tonight.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't suggesting to suspending the rules. I was just thinking that some of them could go to consent and some of them go to finance.
Well, I mean, generally then there would be finance between the 2 meetings. So they would, either route would end up at the next meeting.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
I would like to see 26.026 in order to authorize borrowing 1.8 million for City Hall roof replacement, and 26.025 in order to appropriate 1.35 million for capital stabilization. I'd like to see those go to finance. They're larger amounts, and I think we'll provide enough.
What did you say?
And there might be more that I just caught, like 26.025 and 26.026. I would like to go to finance. I'm just checking to see if there's any. I'm trying to group them. It might just save time. So yeah, there's some that I'm comfortable myself with the ones that you identified going to the consent agenda, but then these other larger ones going to finance.
Yeah, they were supposed to come back to me while I was looking.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So, I agree with you though on those two,
Yeah,
the larger
sure.
ones. So, I would be okay with with B, to appropriate 300,000 from the Climate Mitigation Stabilization Fund for the heat source pumps, because we've spoken about that many times.
Wait, what number was that?
So that's B.
Oh, B, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's, you're saying consent, you,
Yeah.
okay, I'm just trying to group.
We've talked about it
Okay.
multiple times in different committees. Also the C, for the paratransit vans for the schools.
Mhm.
D and E, I agree with you. Also F, I agree with, I think we should.
Consent agenda, okay.
F and G, because we're borrowing money, so I think maybe that should go to finance.
Yeah.
And I also think that
Oh,
H should go to finance, but then I think I, to appropriate 25,000 from the cemetery trust, can go to this consent agenda on the 31st. J, also to appropriate 30,000 from receipts reserved can go to the consent agenda. That's 26.031. Parking receipts, that's K, 26.032. Because it's coming from the parking receipts and going to parking.
Mhm.
I think that can just go to the consent agenda. L, like I said before, the boiler, it sounds like if it doesn't last 2 weeks might make a difference. So I think that can go to the consent agenda.
I think you went through them all, didn't you? Did we miss it?
No, M,
Ah,
I mean, we did talk about that before too, so I think that can go to the consent agenda and that's it.
okay, so I have a proposal of groupings, but if people want to make other comments, did you have your hand up, Counselor Perry? I couldn't tell. I should put my glasses back on. Maybe that would help.
I often have things to say, but I'm going to let these
Okay.
answers go first, and then I will come back.
Okay. I didn't see who was first, sorry. Count.
We were really quick on the draw. Go ahead.
So I did just do a quick little look, and across the state, there are a number of cemetery CPA projects. However, this is kind of coming from money that is kind of dedicated to the cemetery, so I don't think it's quite an enterprise, but I personally think we should sort of use the cemetery's dedicated money up first. I mean, in a given year. So I would actually be okay with that one going to consent. The Academy of Music boiler, I read through that, and they're basically saying that they're down to one boiler and they don't want to go into the next heating system with only one, next heating season with only one. I really would like to see that go to finance, though, because I think that, especially with more ALM projects coming down the pipe in future years in the SIP, exploring using CPA money for some of that, I think, would be worthwhile. Because it potentially frees up unrestricted money that we can use elsewhere across the budget. So that's 26033. I'm really kind of pushing for that to go to finance. And on 26034, the building facility condition assessment, it was more of a question. There was an order 25353 in December that was very much the same thing, and I'm just wondering sort of what's the relationship between the two of them. It was sort of the same effort, and this is another piece of that, or?
So this is the same question. So there is a study that's happening for space in the city campus area of where we can move and what is best for the buildings that we own to have people working in them, and what we're going to invest in. That's one thing. This order is actually about assessing the buildings and gathering all that data so that, as Director Deppen talked about, it will give us, it will track our assets. It will show where we need to put maintenance and yeah.
Yeah, the tour that we did, she talked about this quite a bit. So this is sort of this asset management tool that she's trying to build and trying to be able to really consolidate all of that information, which is we've never had that before. And sort of build this program.
Council Robbins? Well, I was just going to propose something. So why don't you, if you have comments?
I'm not sure I understand why moving something to consent agenda when we're still going to do a second reading anyway makes any difference. And I think the role of the finance committee is just to go down through a list, take a look, and do the same thing and give the recommendation at the same meeting. So it feels as though these are, there are some that seem very clear. We all would like to have the sidewalks money be issued. We'd like to see how things come down around that. Some of these are pieces that I don't think have been approved by the school committee. They are probably school items that would be approved, but they were from the superintendent's submission. Is that right?
I mean, so some of them are, yes, superintendent along with Tony, or also IT.
So, but I think they're going to be considered at budget and property this week. And it does seem to me as though I don't want us to override their process before they look at how they would like to allocate their recommendations and funds. And they might be right on target and it might be exactly what they want, but I would love to hold off on saying, let's slide everything into a consent agenda and give everything its fair time.
Okay. Councilor Perry.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, finance, there'll be a meeting before our next meeting, correct? I am kind of on the side, as we have a lot of new counselors, that this is a good chance for the finance committee to kind of stretch its legs, to acclimate folks. While this does not say that I'm not supportive of all these projects, but I do think there is something to be said to kind of get finance committee working on things and get in the groove of that. So I would be inclined to just send it to finance, and in that body, you can pick out which ones you want to have a more substantive conversation. Some of them don't need to be discussed, but I do feel like that is, for this body, a good precedent to set. So that is my feeling, and I wouldn't deny taking things out of consent agenda, but I think that maybe this would be a good chance for finance to take a look at this and work together.
Councilor Loizao.
Yeah, I just want to correct. I don't think putting things on the consent agenda is, we weren't talking about putting everything on the consent agenda, just specific ones. So, yeah, I mean, nobody was suggesting that all of them go to consent agenda, just specific ones that seem fairly minor. And I thought of it because you have a lot to do with the finance committee and it just seems unnecessary, but it's not a hill I'm going to die on. I mean, I just think it makes sense. I think we should try to be efficient when we can.
Councilor Stratton.
So I'm looking at this, and from the sidewalks, which is F 26027, through K, which is 26032, the parking receipts. I think those are some of the more straightforward ones. I would still be interested in seeing them go to finance because that's an opportunity for them to be talked about. But, I could see the finance committee deciding to sort of consider those as a batch and vote on them, rather than dig into them in detail if they didn't want to. So as long as finance is going to meet before the next full council meeting, I don't think this really does anything to schedule or workload other than give an opportunity that could be used.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I personally would prefer to break it down a little bit because I do think it's unwieldy. It's a lot, and there's always a cost. I mean, you in terms of your attention, but I don't feel strongly enough, that if we come up with something else, I won't support it. Councilor.
Yeah, I think, some of these, it's just transferring money or using money within the fund. So I think we could pull some of them out. I don't think it's really necessary to put A through whatever, N to finance. And I understand you want to, look at all this in more detail but moving parking receipts to parking projects, and some of these other ones that I've talked about before, the cemetery, and I don't think we need, I would rather just send those back to the consent agenda and save our time to really delve into the things that, where we'll be borrowing money for these bigger projects. And then if you want to just, if the paratransit, if you want to not put that on the consent agenda and send it to finance, that's fine too. I was just trying to get some money to the schools for their transportation issues, and they can start working on that. But I'd like to pull a few of them out to the consent agenda instead of sending this many over.
Do you, as the chair of finance, do you want to make a proposal or
I mean, I kind of did, but I can.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor.
There is a motion.
So,
Okay, thank you.
so, I mean, I don't know if there would be, accepting a friendly amendment to it.
Right, there's a motion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What's the motion?
The motion is to
put
put them
everything?
on
Right.
to finance.
Okay.
But, maybe there could be a compromise.
I would like to take some stuff out and make a friendly amendment or.
Okay. You're right. Yes.
And that is, I hear what you're saying. I think those are good suggestions, but I think we can do that in the finance committee too. So we can actually have a conversation. We say, we need to talk about these things in depth and we can pull these things and put them aside. They're still going to come back either as a consent or a second reading, one way or the other. It just gives us that opportunity to hear from the group of people charged with doing that work about a fairly important part of the financial picture of the city. And so to me, it seems like a proper procedure. And I think there's a lot on here, and that's true. I thought that when I first looked at it on the agenda, how are we going to get through this? But I kind of want to trust the process that our committee can find our way through the stuff that we have to go into depth with, and then maybe top it with what can we just agree on and pass right through at the very beginning of our meeting.
Okay. I think the mayor had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the expectation. So, department heads were here tonight to talk about the project. So it sounds like there are questions that weren't asked of them. So is the expectation is that they would then go to finance as well? And then maybe also the next meeting?
Yeah. No, yes, Counselor.
It's a second reading at the next meeting, or it's on the consent agenda. So it's going to be voted on one way or the other, right?
But what she's saying is that if we stop it in finance, then the department head, probably Donna, Director Lascali would go to finance and then go to the consent agenda. I mean, go to the full council meeting to speak to the consent agenda
Take a
item.
while too.
Yeah, and there might be some additional questions that come back to the whole body that we could ask. We could define when we look at it a little bit more closely. It's just a lot of items, and we heard some general stuff tonight.
Wait, are you saying that you would like them at that meeting, the finance meeting?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think we have enough information to be able to have the
Oh, okay.
discussion together, and we have time to do a little bit of research around it as individuals. If I have a question about it, I know who to call to ask before that meeting happens.
Okay, good. That's good. Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor to send them all to finance. So if no one has any more questions about or comments, we could vote on that and see where we're at. So let's see, a motion. So I can do I can do a voice vote, right? Yeah, maybe we'll just do a roll call. Let's do a roll call. As I get more tired, I might not add it up properly. So roll call, thank you.
Counselor Maori,
No.
Counselor Nabad,
No.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
Counselor Dobbs,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
No.
Counselor Loisel.
No.
I've got 4 yeses, 4 nos.
Oh, okay. Oh, we don't have, right, we don't have
So it doesn't
About
happen because it doesn't.
right, but that's interesting because we don't, that's why we have 9 counselors. That's not really. Yeah, so it doesn't, right. All right, she's not here. Okay, so that, right, that by default, that doesn't pass. So we need another motion.
I'd like to make a motion to send everything to the finance except C 26024 and then what was I?
I know it's
And I 26030, J 26031.
Wait, I'm only interrupting you. These are ones to not go to finance? I
Yes,
just wanna-
these, so these will go to the consent.
Okay,
agenda,
thank you.
right?
I'm sorry, 26024, and then the
Okay,
next two.
yeah, so, sorry, Laura's going too fast. 26024, 26023 also, sorry, I went out of order.
That's okay.
26030, 26031, 26032, and 26033. And 26034.
So, okay. And would you just
And
say which ones you could to go to finance just for
Okay, and then also
redundancy?
26035 to reprogram the tennis money. That's gonna be,
Okay.
okay, so now the,
Wait.
well, that's borrowing money, so I was gonna, yeah. So, okay, so now that's to consent agenda. Now I'll do to finance.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
So
just because it's.
A 26022, B 26023.
Yeah, I
Oh.
Said that.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
It's gonna be, okay. So A,
Uh-huh.
and then D 26025 for finance, E 26026 to finance, F 26027, G 26028, H 26029. And I think I got them all.
Yeah. Okay.
That. Second.
Second that. Okay, so motion made, poor Laura, that was a lot. Motion made by Counselor Clemmer and seconded by Counselor Rizal. On that grouping for referrals. Counselor Nabad.
I was thinking that L 26033 could also go to finance.
Okay.
Oh, to finance.
Academy of Music.
So we could amend, do we have to vote on the motion before? No, we have to amend.
Is a friendly
vote to-
amendment to that motion?
Or is that a friendly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's no objection from the body, I mean, because the motion belongs to the floor
Not
now that
fine
it's
with it,
been
but
made.
You don't,
I'm not gonna vote on
Everybody
that
would
one.
have to agree, I guess.
right, because the motion is now owned by all of us. Does anyone is anyone against that amendment to add, to send 26.033 also to finance instead of the consent agenda, which was the original grouping? Any? Right, so that's, so the motion is so amended. Any other more discussion on the motion for the groupings of referrals? Okay, let's do a roll call. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Nabad,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
Counselor Dubs,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Loizal,
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes. So that,
It just feels like I missed someone because there's.
oh,
Maybe I didn't.
yeah, okay, so that passes. So those will go to the March 31st. I probably should have announced that and that our our next meeting is going to be on a Tuesday, out of respect for Passover. So anyway, those will go to the March 31st meeting. And we are on to, oh my goodness, let's see.
26036.
Thank you. I'm trying, yeah, thank you.
While you're looking, can I ask, do we know when finance will be?
I might have something Wednesday, but I might have something Wednesday. I'm going to try to reschedule. So I was going to see if that works for the committee to have it Wednesday at Director Nardi, is there a time like earlier that?
So I can't speak for the mayor, but I will make work whatever you decide.
But okay, so we could figure it out a little, maybe 5-ish or something. depending on
I'm
the schedule.
free, whatever works for you.
Okay. Yeah, let's check the mayor's schedule and I'll see if I can move my thing.
Okay. 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 Just give me 1 minute. I wrote a note and I just wanted to check. My note. Okay, right. Fine. So now we are on to financial orders. We addressed the 26.037. But do we address 26.036? No, that's the
We
one
did
we
that
need to,
one.
okay, so that's the only one left on that, on the financial orders on first reading. So 26.036, in order to reprogram $6,310 for visual notification system in JFK band room. This is on first reading. I guess we need to refer that one. Or if anyone has a discussion.
I vote to refer to the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Clemmer, seconded by Counselor Loisel to refer 26.036 to the consent agenda. Any discussion on that? Counselor Robbins.
So is everybody really clear on exactly what this is? Have we had a discussion prior to this on it?
No.
Have we heard, is this something that's referred from?
It's first reading.
Yeah, it is
Right.
first reading.
So
I'd sure like to know a lot more about it before we vote on it.
So I think it's pretty well described in the order, but so there was a Leeds cafeteria painting project that had some funds that remained in it. And so there's a desire to add a visual notification system to the JFK band room because band is loud. And so if there's a call that's coming through to that room or there's some sort of emergency, there's a concern that you wouldn't be able to hear it. And so some sort of visual notification would be helpful. So the request is to reprogram those funds and add a little bit of, at $180 to install that visual system in the band room.
So that, I get that, but I don't know if this has gone in front of the school committee. I don't know if there's a more, better priority for reprogramming that money, if they have other suggestions around that. It seems like an awful lot of money to do an alert in a room. So the specifics of the program would be really interested to see, the actual, this is what it's going to look like. This is how it would go in. And there's no other alternatives to notifying people in the band room that they need to be notified.
All I know is this was a safety concern that was brought from Tony to us and asked, and there were leftover funds and he asked to use them for this purpose because was, I think, the request from, I assume, the band teacher as well as the principal.
So I just feel like we're leaving the school committee out of these discussions, and these are their buildings, and I'd rather have it be a discussion they have with Tony and then send to us if that's possible.
Okay.
Tony works for the schools and reports to the superintendent.
Counselor Nabad. And then-
Oh, I just want to say, I remember this coming up during the tour, when we went to the music room, and,
Yeah.
so there was some discussion about this. So thanks.
Interesting. Counselor Stratton.
I mean, I was a band kid. That was my happy place, although it wasn't this school system. It does get me thinking a little bit, hey, that could be a tuba too. So, where do you put the money? I'm a little curious, was this actually an issue in a lockdown in another school, or how the idea was developed? But, to echo what Councilor Robbins said, I think that the school committee perspective is important. I'm not sure sending it to finance actually is how we get the school committee perspective. I think maybe it's just the, whatever it is, 14 days that we have, or 12 days that we have to think about it or research it or ask people. So, I do want to know a little bit more about this. And yeah, I first saw that number and was like, oh, I could put something together for a fraction of that, but it needs to really work, not just be improvised. So, I feel like I want to know a little bit more, but I think we can learn that from the consent agenda. I mean, in time for the consent agenda. So,
And just to say that, if we identify someone we would like there to speak to it, we can do that too. If we want Tony or Counselor Loisel.
Well, the other thing is it can be taken off the consent agenda for a discussion if we need it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was assuming too, that we could do that. So, okay. So you don't have a motion on the floor, right? We do have a motion.
We do.
We do. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Let's just do a roll call, if you don't mind.
Sure. Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
No.
Counselor Stratton,
yes.
Counselor Dubs,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Loisel,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nabad.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So that, so 26 point, oh boy, where'd it go? 26. Thank you. That we'll go to the consent agenda, March 31st, council meeting. Okay. Back to the. So now we don't have, now we're on to just we have a resolution. Right, now we have on first reading, we have the resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for the FY 2027, FY 2031 period. This is first reading. It says process note per the Northampton City Charter, section 7-5, capital improvement program adoption at any time after the public hearing, but before the first day of the last month of the current fiscal year, the city council shall by resolution adopt the capital improvement program, which may be amended, provided that each amendment shall be voted on separately and that an increase in the capital improvements program as submitted shall clearly identify the method of financing to accomplish the proposed increase. So just to frame this is when we do generally have, we have a more general conversation about the SIP program. I mean, the SIP, that was redundant, the SIP. So, yeah, Councilor
Can I
Loisel.
Just ask a point of information question.
Yeah.
So we are asked to vote on this, prove it. What if we don't? What if we don't approve it?
I asked a couple sources and no one had an answer. I didn't get a definitive answer. I was told that because it can be amended, I think I'm doing the thing again. Yeah, I am, right? Good night. Because it can be amended, the expectations that we adopt it, because you can amend it in lots of different ways. But the truth is I actually I didn't get a definitive answer about like if we just didn't vote on it or.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm wondering is if it's like the budget, if we don't approve it, it still goes into effect.
Councilor Perry.
I think a important thing to point out is on page 1 where it says the required adoption of the capital improvement program by city council resolution does not constitute an authorization to spend or borrow funds for any of the capital items contained therein. We are just talking about the concept of the thing. So that approving the capital improvement program doesn't mean we have to spend the money.
No, I know that, but I guess what I'm wondering is, do we have to approve this? And if we don't, what happens?
Yeah.
Because I know it's not the financial orders, but I'm not assuming everybody's going to say, yeah, I approve this.
Right. Got it.
That's good hypothetical.
I wish I had a more definitive answer. I asked a couple of sources and
Did you ask the mayor?
no, I didn't ask
Oh.
Solicitor Seawald. Okay. Well, hold on just a sec. Counselor Perry?
I just want to put, because yes, Councilor Nabat and I are just, the first line is the required adoption. So there is a requirement. So I don't know.
Well, I get that it says it's a required adoption, but we are free people and we can say we don't adopt it. I mean, so I just want to know what happens if we don't.
I don't want to find out, man. I don't know. I apologize for not having that answer. You asked me this afternoon. I did make a couple phone calls, but I didn't actually get that.
So in the history of Northampton, this has never been asked, this question?
We have amended, so go ahead.
What's that? I feel like it's come up before. I'm not sure we have an answer. But it does say shall by resolution adopt, which means a requirement. But
yeah.
But and it's a resolution adopting it. But again, like the as Councilor Perry was saying, the financial orders are separate, and that's actually appropriating the money for it. So
I probably should read it, but I probably should have read it, huh? Okay.
Just
Why don't we
quickly,
go?
I was talking to Attorney Seawald about something else, and I asked him about this because I wondered about it, and his reaction was, it's kind of just a thing, like resolutions are. So it's just a thing. It doesn't mean it really. Sorry, I hate to say it.
No,
it's a well-intentioned thing, but it doesn't require you to do a thing. It's just sort of there. So you could decide. It says, yes, you should vote on it or you shouldn't vote on it, but it's sort of just pro forma was his impression of it.
Thank you. That's good information.
I guess I think it's kind of an important question, given that people are saying things like, why, can we separate it from the the regular budget and, or not separate it, put it together with that,
I just clarify that. I don't think that was what was being said. It's the voting on the actual expenditures on the capital improvement budget. And this is really a separate item. It's not approving those expenditures. Yeah.
Counselor Stratton.
Yeah, I'd like to echo and extend upon a little bit what was said. I mean, typically resolutions are kind of expressing the opinion of the council. They don't generally have legal weight, possible exception of a home rule petition, but I'd have to look that up. So that they're more, we're voting on the book. Do we like the book or do we not like the book? And not only does voting on the book not require us to spend the money, we can actually spend the money before we vote on the book. And in fact, some of the items in here were voted by the previous council. So, unlike the budget is a legal document which spends money. This is more of an opinion, and we either approve or no, we don't like it. So it's kind of an expression of opinion.
Okay. So this is on first reading. So we could looking for a referral, I guess. It goes to consent agenda.
Can I make a?
But it's 2 readings. No.
Right.
Oh.
But there's not 2 votes, just 1 vote taken at the next.
Right. No, I wasn't going to vote. I was saying it's a first reading that will go to the consent agenda I'm not consent agenda. Did I say, I meant the agenda.
Okay.
No, my bad. I did say consent agenda. So this is first reading and would go to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. I make a motion to adopt the SIP to move forward for first reading or second reading?
It does it automatically. So we're just kind of discussing, but I like your thoroughness, but it's not necessary to do that.
Oh, okay.
But thank you.
Is this the meeting where we want to discuss it, or we discuss it next time?
We've debated that too. We can do either. I've been trying to do a little bit more of a discussion on the first readings, but if it's late and we can make the kind of the decision to have the weight of the discussion at the next meeting in the hopes that. So I'm open to whether counselors, Counselor Klempner,
Yeah.
and then Counselor Stratton.
Yeah, I move to discuss this at the next meeting because we still have another agenda item and it's
Right. I guess you can make.
late.
Yeah, but you don't need to make a motion, but.
Oh,
but
I'd like to.
You'd like
like
to,
to.
yeah, okay. Yes, got it.
To move it.
That's fair. You may even be able to make a motion like that. I just don't know. I mean, it's not that you couldn't, I think. I don't know. Anyway, Counselor Stratton.
So I would just like to make one observation before we move on,
Yeah.
which is that in the charter description of the capital improvement plan, there's under submission A, there's a part 4, which says the estimated annual cost of operating and maintaining each facility and piece of major equipment involved is a required piece of information. This information shall be annually revised by the mayor with regard to the capital improvements still pending or in process of being acquired, improved, or constructed. So I'm not really finding that information in the current SIP. And according to this, it's also needed for the past SIP projects that are still in progress.
Can you say where you were reading that again in the chart? What did you say?
So the description of the SIP in the charter, where like part A is submission and there are 4 points. And the 4th point is this sort of operating cost information for the new projects and also the still in progress projects.
Do you have a number on that? It's okay if you don't. I can. That's okay.
Section 7.5A4.
Yes. Okay. Is there any more discussion? Do you want to have some discussion, folks, or do you want to? It's going to go on the agenda. We can discuss it more, which is fine, or we can plan to discuss it more in depth at the next meeting.
Well, I guess I wondered
It's 11.
if that point can be addressed, because I thought that this was pretty thorough. I mean, it's a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
And I assume if you're talking about things that were in the past one, we could just get the past one. I mean.
So, we have been working to revise the form, the form that's Appendix C, over the last few years, and with Kappa to make it more streamlined or easier to understand, or there's lots of things, not every question that had been on it really applies to every project, and we're just trying to make it more uniform. And, that question or the sort of estimated maintenance cost had been something that was on there, and it's just honestly fell off during these revisions. And we'll certainly look at adding it next year. Again, it doesn't apply to everything.
Yeah.
But it should be addressed for the things it does apply to.
Okay, counselors, further discussion on either what Counselor Stratton brought up or the SIP or the timing or anything before we move on? Okay, so we can have a discussion at our next meeting, and then I believe we just have, let's see. We just have the information request. Wait, yes. So we have an information request 26.021 in order to require Mayor Gina Louise Sciarra to provide information on the downtown Complete Streets project. This is in first reading, so we're not voting. And do you want to, I guess it's not like a resolution where they would read it, an information request, yeah. Okay, so it would go to the agenda of our next meeting. for a vote.
Except that I would like to make a motion to suspend rules. and vote on
Okay,
it.
to vote tonight?
Yeah. Given the time sensitivity of it.
Okay, of the request, yeah. Okay, is there a second? Yes, it's 26.021. It's linked. Okay. Okay. So you made a motion, was there a second? No. Okay, so maybe we'll have discussion.
Well,
I'm sorry, I just want to know what we're doing. We're going to
Can I present it a little bit? Is that okay or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to say,
Usually the sponsors.
yeah, so this is something that's come up. I have to say, I have really felt like I've made as much effort as can be expected to get this information before. I have asked program directors for the specific information. I did try to get it on the agenda, but not in the right way, I guess. And I think that I have heard, and I'm sure many of us have, that people in the city would like to have the council have a public presentation on an update of what's happening on Picture Main Street, because there's a lot of different, this is happening, that's happening. The Gazette runs an article and says this stuff about that stuff. Are there going to be additional costs? It just seems very vague. And I believe that there's going to be a decision made relatively soon about whether this is work that starts in FY27 or FY28. And there are things that might impel it to happen at one time or another. What will the additional, we've heard a lot tonight about the estimates about additional costs on things as time goes by. There's just a lot of concerns. And it seems to me that it's really our job to answer those questions for our constituents and to give the mayor an opportunity to be able to really be specific about what she knows and what the people working on this project know about exactly where we are, what we're looking at, what are the concerns, and most importantly, what are the costs. And as we're looking at the SIP and coming up to the operating budget, it just makes common sense to me.
Okay, I will go to the other sponsor and then I'll go to counselors. Counselor Stratton, would you like to add anything as a sponsor?
I think similarly, it's been really since the council before the previous one, since there's been substantial coverage of this in council. And, I think the Downtown Northampton Association gets a little bit of an update, but the council doesn't. The public really has been hearing nothing. So, different people may have different curiosities about the precise questions, but I really do think that this is kinds of information that needs to be addressed. And Councilor Robbins had tried to put this on the agenda in a more sort of free-form discussion way, and that was ruled not really compliant with process. So I rewrote this, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Thursday, to make it, an actual charter power of the council, and make the questions more specific and clear. And I added the 2 at the end. I also mistakenly pulled out April 2nd as the council meeting. It turns out it's actually the 31st. If we're going with the 2 readings interpretation, then it would actually be, I wrote it down somewhere, we would have to amend it to the April 16th meeting at that point. But we can do that, at whatever point in time we're voting on it.
I just want a point of information is that Councilor Robbins wrote this really excellent information request. It was, I thought about sharing it as a template because we don't actually have a template for information requests. No, the first one you submitted, that was the information request. This isn't, so, and I had, what I said to you is it just had to be, the way it's introduced is different if it's an information request and not an order, but it wasn't that there was anything wrong with that original one. It's just that you would, the process is different.
And Attorney Seawald said no one's ever submitted an information request literally before. So he had never run across it. And that it's not in our rules, and we might want to add it to the rules because it's on our agenda. So we should have it in there about whether it's a 1 reading or a 2 reading or whatever.
Yeah, I agree that it's not clear. You want to speak as a sponsor, and then I wanted to move on to.
Yeah, I was just going to say I researched this quite a bit. I looked in other communities and it was hard to find one. There was something that was done. Possibly it was Counselor Klein, and I think they sort of started down the process and then they went in a different direction to get information.
Yeah, I remember that.
So it actually was never voted on as an information request.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
did you? Go
for a
ahead.
while. So, Mayor, do you think, is there something going on that you think that this is time sensitive? Or do you, I mean,
So, I had hoped to give an update to the council in January or February that we were at the 100% design phase with MassDOT. But we were actually surprised right before the submittal with information that the line work that Eversource had done over the summer perhaps didn't match the plans that they had submitted. So we then have kind of mobilized to assess that situation and have to now do a series of test pits, which will be done by the end of this month. Weather dependent, but I don't. That's the plan, is that they'll be done by the end of this month to figure out what the situation is. So we're in conversations with Eversource around this, but unfortunately, it is causing this delay. So I actually talked to Council President Maori about this 3-4 weeks ago, maybe, and said that I'm happy to come and give an update when we have the information from those tests to be able to update the council.
Right, and just a point of information that I did share that with Council Robbins that that you had already agreed to come and give an update, and you were waiting for some data. Councilor.
I have like another part B. Yeah, so I think it's we couldn't put this off to the March 31st. And some of the questions, like number 5, is extremely detailed, going back 20 years. I think, just to give your office some time to gather information and get the information at the end of the month from Eversource. I think, pushing your presentation till April 16th isn't going to matter, make much of a difference, and give you time to give a more thorough presentation. And I'd like to look at the questions that you all put on the list, because number 5 is, the information's out there too, over the last 20 years.
Yes, there's a lot of information on these questions that already exists on the website.
Yeah, I did.
In
I
the
looked them
plans
all
for this
up, too.
project.
Okay, Councilor Perry and then Councilor Dobbs.
Yes. So I just want to say that I agree that we could use updates on Picture Main Street. This is close to my heart, and I think it's been on everyone's minds for a bit. So I'm not debating information. I've said multiple times that I think the city itself could do better at communicating. I can do better at communicating. And so, it's an area that we can continue to work on. I am uncertain this is the procedure that we should take for it. I had mentioned in our organizational meeting, I've talked to people about utilizing our committees a little bit. I think looking at these questions, I think this is something that could take a while. We could have a ton of presentations. So I have a suggestion to maybe bring it. I would say community resources is a good place to bring that. Some of that work we've been doing, but we could have joint meetings with not only community resources or someone else if finance wants to have a swing. But I think that, this information in some of these questions are a lot. And the thing for me is giving people the proper amount of time to explain these things. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of stakeholders who are also involved in Picture Main Street. So it's not just the city, but it's also the POP, the Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of moving parts for this. And so I'd like to see us try and utilize the resources we have than just kind of being like, I'm required to do this one thing. One of the things that was really interesting for me when I got elected was going from being a part of the public to then being an employee of the city. And with that, I know that Councilor Robbins just said it's been hard to get information, but we do have a little more access, and unfortunately, it's not always immediate access, but we have guided tours by department heads. We are allowed to see behind the curtains. And so, balancing our ability to kind of do the research and do things and then present it is also important to me. And I think that, I want some answers, and I would like to find the proper place to do it. So
Just-
Uh,
Can I just
yeah,
amend what I said?
okay, and then we'll go, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I do want information. I think, presentation would be nice, but, needed and appreciated by everybody, but I think we should do it in a proper way and give you time to gather information. And just a reminder that I did bring Pop into community resources last term. They were great. We answered a lot of questions and the Chamber of Commerce came in too. Vince came in. So, I did use that platform to get some information out there for everybody.
Yeah, good point. Counselor Dubs and then Counselor Loisel, I believe.
Thanks. Yeah. So, I would say that I agree with Councilor Perry that updates are would be a good thing on Picture Main Street. I know that a lot of residents in Northampton are quite often asking questions about it, and I think these are valid questions to raise. I really do feel like this approach to it is very non-collaborative and almost assuming in some way that the mayor is like holding information from us, withholding information from us. And I just feel like there are ways to go about asking these questions that are much more collaborative and not, just respectful of the fact that the mayor is doing her job, and we don't need to just act like she's hiding things from us. If we want to ask, if we want these answers, we can talk to her like a person and not just like put her on the spot and I don't know. It just feels to me like an approach that isn't really beneficial for the city. I think that it's when the mayor wants to update us, she should update us, and we can request that. But to say that we require it, I'm not comfortable with that language.
Okay. I think it was Counselor Loisel and Counselor Nabad and
Yeah, I have a question for you, Mayor. It's a sincere question. Have you ever, when you've been asked to give information to the city council by the city council, refused to do it?
No.
So if we ask you to come here regularly every month or every 6 weeks and give us an update, even if there's nothing new, just to say this is still going on, and would you do it?
Sure, I'd be willing to do it. I mean, so there'll be more active
Right.
times in this project where I think not only would I do it, I think this is something that I'm going to ask all of you to do as well. Like we will be trying to get out a lot of information, and keeping people updated on on a short term kind of, this is what we're seeing for the next few months, but also on like sometimes on a daily basis as to what's going to be happening. So, that's something where I think we'll be talking a lot more. There hasn't been much information to add. There'll be times where there's not much going on, but I'm happy to say no update.
Yeah. Can I make a comment, or
Sure.
are we doing that later? Okay, so
no.
I want to just say I am all for more information, the better. And I want the public to know. I also know that people pay attention, then they don't pay attention, then they forget. So I think there might be benefit to you updating us, even if it doesn't seem like it's new information, because people forgot, really. I mean, and it's just sort of like a reassurance. This is happening. This is what's next. But I also feel like we can just ask you. I don't feel like it's necessary to require this, because we can ask for it and get it. And I do want it. So that's my comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I was just gonna say, as the presiding officer, I like the efficiency of when there's, meaningful updates that they're there, but not having a placeholder of when it's not necessary to have that update, if there aren't any updates. And, this is my 7th year on council, and we had very in-depth discussions. And so, but I'm aware that a lot of time has passed, so I understand the desire for an update. I thought Councilor Perry's idea and vision is excellent, because part of the issue is that we don't have anything before us. And as you know, council, we can be proactive, but it's a bit of we wait for things to come to us. So that's why we have subcommittees. I feel like I'm doing that thing again. I am, darn it. So we have the subcommittees to be more especially community resources, to be more proactive and do, if there's not a specific agenda item like to be voted on, but discussions, those are really particularly good for a subcommittee. So I think that's an excellent vision, and perhaps that is, that would be in tandem with meaningful updates when they occur. In full council would kind of scratch the itch you're speaking of. And Councilor Dubs, you really kind of voiced how I feel about this. I mean, I was approached about the mayor giving an update, and I discussed it with her, and we came up with the parameters, and I shared that information, and I don't think that the kind of the arm twisty nature of that is what we need right now. I mean, if it had been, a huge struggle over a large span of time, but I'd like to I think that there's more, it's actually not that efficient to do it that way, to kind of just say you have to come in these intervals. I'd like to come in when there's things to say, and there's, because there isn't anything in front of council right now, and there will be. So I think it will be one of those things where there's a lot to say, and then there's times when there's not. And so that's how I feel about it. Councilor Nabat, and then I think Councilor Robbins.
Thanks. Well, I guess the way I feel about this is I'm all for more information, and I want to also kind of also echo what Councilor Perry said, which is I think this would be so perfect for community resources, because there's so many different layers to this, that it could just be part of an ongoing thing with different people. And I also agree with Councilor Dubs, is that this feels a little bit like an inquisition, or as if there's an order to require. I don't know, it feels a little forceful. And having been to a lot of meetings, not just city council meetings, not just committee meetings, but also a lot of focus groups that I personally participated in. I know members of the community participated in over the years in regards to the vision for Picture Main Street. So it does go back many years. And there's just a lot of information over 2 decades, 15 years or so. But I have met people that no longer live in Northampton, but are still tied to Northampton, who were talking about this project back in the day. So this is, I notice also, I also didn't like the quote over 2 decades, kind of sort of like, I don't know, kind of sort of a little bit derogatory, or, that sort of a tone. So I think for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable with this order here, or to vote on this tonight, just simply because I'd like to see it rewarded in some way. And I would also like to refer this, if I could, to the Community Resources Committee. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. Councilor Robbins, and then Councilor Stratton.
I want to just correct the record. Councilor Dubs, I'm not sure if you heard me earlier, but I did try to go through the channels that you're talking about. I did send a request to the mayor's office, to the finance director's office, and to the planning department office, asking for this information. As a counselor, I think it's also at least in our rules, that when you make a request, you get at least a response. And I did get a response from Mr. Wolf, who said he would refer it to the mayor, but I didn't hear from anyone else. And that was back in February, early February. So I tried that route, and then I tried, having a discussion here about that. But this request comes from the people who live in Northampton. People in Northampton are worried about, fundamentally, what change comes in front of them that will cost money, which is a primary part of it. And they need to know. And if we're doing budgets, or we're making capital planning pieces of it, we're surely not approaching 100% without a very definitive idea about what that is. The Department of Transportation has now increased their funding. I think originally it was, what, $16 million. It's now $39 million. It's hard to believe that our kick-in for our part of it is still going to be $3.1 million of ARPA money. If that has changed, the people who live in this city need to know what that is. They also would like very much to know about right-of-ways. They'd like to know about cost to eminent domain. They'd like to know about the vaults. Those are questions that come to me as a counselor from a number of constituents, and I'm sure they've come to you as well. And that's who I'm representing here tonight. I would prefer not to have come with this particular structure that this request of information requires in the structure of it. But I really feel as though if we can't get it through those other avenues, you tell me what to do. It's already been talked about in subcommittees. Those are the only places where this project is talked about. I don't think these particular items, the cost and the expenditure, have come in front of the council at any point other than to say it will be free. It will be covered. And that is what the people in this city expect will happen. If that has changed, then we really do have the responsibility to be able to be honest with them and be able to say, look, things have changed. This is what's going to cost. We don't know about this piece, but we expect it will be that. Just to have a good, transparent conversation about it. And the sooner, the better. Once it gets to 100% and we sign it over to Mass DOT, it's locked in and there's no going back. Is that a responsible move on our part?
Okay, I think Councilor Stratton.
I'm just gonna, sorry, can I?
Yeah, why don't you go and then Councilor
Oh.
Stratton.
Yeah, so I was just gonna sort of ask you a question because since you addressed me, I was wondering if you happen to reach out to the mayor directly with your questions.
Yes, and in the past, yes.
Councilor Stratton.
Yeah, I similarly have a relatively low ratio of questions that get answered when I ask them of city officials. I did want to correct the numbers a little bit. I think maybe the original estimate was somewhere under 20 million, 16 million or something, but then it was 29 million and now it's gone up to 37 million, according to like the latest Pioneer Valley planning thing. You know, there's sort of two pieces to this. There's where we make the decision on the information request, and there's where the information comes back to. In terms of the decision making, I don't really think that a committee is in a place to weigh in on whether we want to do this or not. This is a decision for the council. In terms of where the information comes back, this is a project of immense civic interest. I mean, the population of Northampton is talking about this extensively, and our public process and government is not. The city council meets in an evening time that's convenient for the public. The full council is where we typically have presentations of major city efforts. And so I really think that the information really should be coming back to the full city council at our evening prime time. So I was going to move to refer the decision-making to the consent agenda, but I don't know, we sort of halfway have a motion on the floor. I don't know if there was a second.
There wasn't a second. Did you say the agenda or?
I was going to, I'm sorry. Yes, you're making a distinction I hadn't been aware of. So yes, I would move to refer this item to the agenda of our next regular meeting, which is, I guess, the 31st.
I don't think you need a motion. I think it would appear.
It would just fall through.
Action now, but but there was no second. Councilor Perry, and then let's try to.
Yes, I am all about that.
Yeah.
I just want to it's sort of an observation. I want to thank folks for having this conversation. One thing that we've watched here and we're learning is that we're a new council. We're trying to figure out how to work together. There's only been a couple months for folks. I think that for me, the process really is learning how not only to work with each other, but to learn how to work with our executive branch, learn how to work with our department heads, to adjust your sort of expectations, to learn how, if you're having an issue communicating with people, I work in a lot of people-centric places. And then so you know, it's imperative to try and figure out how maybe the way you're asking, maybe something, there's maybe another avenue. And I understand that this is one avenue for it. But I think that for me, I agree with Councilor Dubs, just the way that this feels is a little heavy-handed. And I have not, in my time since I've been a counselor, seen this administration deny any information or hide any information. You know, I also know in my history of my family, government takes time. Everything, you know, we're talking about projects here, voting on projects that have been years in the making. And I think that push-pull is something that is really hard. Again, going from being a member of the public to actually being an employee of the city, it was really hard to understand that, like, I don't have all the answers at the same time, or I can't make this one thing happen. You know, Councilor Lavarge talked about, you know, getting things done, projects that took 15 years of her hard work. And granted, this is just questions or getting answers, but that still requires work from employees from the city and their time. You know, we went on these tours and we saw how everybody is trying to use the resources we have. There are departments that are trying to update, to take information from different places like city services to streamline these things. So hopefully in the future, we could have quicker access to these things. So I really don't want to lose sight of that work being done. And again, I do think that the decision-making on Picture Main Street is us, but the communications, the discussion can happen other places. And again, one of the things I really enjoy about community resources is I feel it's a record. A lot of you folks have talked about going back and looking at things. We are trying to create a record of these questions in a place, a streamlined place where you can go and answer those questions. I know that a lot of the information exists in some of the pages and FAQs, but that's hard to go through. And so what I'm offering is maybe a space to have more nuanced conversations.
Council, what'd you say? Okay, yeah, go for it. I often miss you because you're in my peripheral, so I'm going to default to you now because I see everyone else. You have to wear bright red and then you can. Yeah.
I want to echo what Councilor Dubs said too. When I first saw Councilor Robbins' request last 2 weeks ago, and then the second version of it, it just seemed really heavy-handed for two councilors who haven't even been councilors for, you know, not even 3 months yet. And I mean, I've come to the mayor, I've come to Director Nardi, I just drop in and she's just, you know, they both always made time for me, as other department heads. And you know, and Meg, you and I had a long conversation about Picture Main Street. And you know, so there's other people you can ask questions to too. And I looked up the city site today, and the FAQ was extensive, and it looks like it had been updated recently too. There's a lot of new information. And we're using storefronts now too for POP. And, you know, I think community resources is a great place because you have the full hour to really delve into this instead of, you know, I mean, announcements are great for council meetings, but, you know, community resources, you could just sit there and really discuss it. It's a smaller group. It's, you know, it's on Zoom, so it's there. Yeah, I don't think anybody's hiding anything. I think, you know, just maybe find ways to ask people for information, and, you know, build relationships so you can ask for information and do it in a nicer way, you know, than coming up with this and putting it on the agenda.
Okay, Councilor Loizell, and then we'll go to Councilor.
Yeah, I just want to say, I do want the information. I'm not saying I don't want the information. I just don't feel like it's necessary to order it. I think we can ask. And I would prefer regular updates at the city council, even if we do send it to subcommittees.
Oh, yeah.
So some questions are easier than others, and we answer questions all the time. There has been a lot more questions with new people, which totally makes sense. But there's a difference between asking a couple questions and sort of sending a list of something that's going to take hours and hours and hours and hours of research. So if the questions are something that will take immense amount of staff time, I will ask the council to vote if that's how you feel city resources should be used.
Okay. Did you have your hand up? Yeah.
So I'm reminded of the story where two customer service representatives traded email accounts. And she got the emails he'd been getting, and he got the emails she'd been getting. And wow, was that eye-opening. We have very different email experiences among the people in this room when we interact with city officials. And some get their questions answered, and some do not get their questions answered. And that has a lot to do with who's asking and what they're asking. I'm very troubled by the idea to move this to community resources, because community resources notably does not include either of the people who brought the question. And I feel that that's, again, some people get their questions answered and other people don't get their questions answered.
Just a point of information, I don't think the discussion is that we were going to refer this item. I believe that the discussion was yes, and that there was going to be an open discussion, possibly at community resources and updates when available. Just a point of information. Now you continue.
Council committees have information request power too. So if, community resources wants to put out its own question, it absolutely has that power as a committee to decide to do that. I do really appreciate Councilor Loisel's, mention of regular updates. I think that's actually what Councilor Robbins was originally looking for. And there wasn't really a way to make this a recurring item. So I was sort of, well, this is something we could do. Do I love every question in here? No. I wondered about the going back 2 decades thing a little bit myself. I think that is one of the claims of the project, that this has been in works for that long. And I went and looked, and, there are some earlier design studies, and I was trying to find the costing on those. That's not maybe my primary interest here. In terms of the information on the city website, that is very shallow marketing material. Just to give you an example, so the FAQ says that Main Street is already 2 lanes. However, the engineering design report explicitly on page 9, I believe, says that it's 4 lanes. So there's a lot of things that have been sort of, there's one thing in the official document, and then it's interpreted in another way for public presentation. And part of what this is getting a little bit down to the actual facts rather than just the sugarcoating of it. I would love to see more in here about the specific cost increases. This was a quick reformatting of Councilor Robbins' initial questions. But I love the idea of a regular update. But I would like to see some degree of specificity on key questions. There's this impression put around regularly that there is ARPA money in this project. I can tell you it is technically not ARPA money. The actual ARPA lost revenue money was spent on fire and health department salary and benefits, which is legal, and that was a wise thing to do because it satisfied the ARPA deadline. This money is what I might call surrogate money that was freed from the operating budget by spending the actual ARPA money wisely on the fire and health department. So this money, doesn't have any strings on it. Did we get it because of the ARPA grant? Yes, but it's not actually ARPA money. So that's another area where, getting the actual facts out would be a little bit useful.
Okay, guys, let's do maybe one more round. Anyone who wants to, but, oh yeah, I didn't see that.
So that was ARPA lost revenue money. So how lost revenue worked is it got moved to free cash. But that was ARPA money that came into the city for revenue that was lost during the pandemic. I also just want to note that Councilor Robbins, you were responded to from your email. So if this is the February email.
I wasn't responded to with specifics that I asked for.
Well, but what we said is exactly what we said tonight, which is we're working to gather complete and accurate information before issuing a broader update, which is what I just said before.
Can I actually just say, I'm going to withdraw my motion for having this be suspending rules to do this. I don't know if that was still out there.
It wasn't
never happened. because I
Yeah,
didn't
it
get a
wasn't
second to
seconded,
it.
so we don't have
Just to say, it's late I think this is really a dynamic conversation in many ways. I would like to hear from the public back, if we could talk about this again at a next meeting.
Well, that's the process.
That's there, yeah. So, but I would really like to encourage us to talk to the public. So talk to the people that we represent if we're at large. That means not just the downtown folks, it means people across.
Council Robbins, I don't think giving homework to other counselors is really appropriate. Just going to say that. We do talk to the public. That's why we're all elected and we're sitting here.
Constituents.
So I'm just saying, let's try to focus. I don't think, I would ask you to refrain from it can sound a little dilatory to say that you kind of imply that we're not speaking to the public. So but please finish what you were saying. Okay. Yes, Councilor Nabad.
I just want to respond to the comment about not sending this to community resources.
Right.
Because in other words, I didn't say tonight, I'm not gonna refer this thing to finance because I am not on that committee.
Right.
I won't be able to weigh in on that. Our meetings are public, and it's about so much more than just us as individuals. It's about our city and our community. So just as I tonight might have felt a type of way about any of these orders, I didn't say, well, I'm not on finance committee, so I'm not going to do that. So I feel the same way about that when it comes to community resources. And I think we need to build some trust between all of us city councilors who represent more than just ourselves in this community. So thank you.
Right. I just wanted to say a point of information, then I'll go to, I was just going to say that if this were an item that we referred, the sponsors would be expected to go to the subcommittee. And also, even without the item in a subcommittee, you can recognize interested other counselors to come and speak, so it's not, but go ahead, Counselor.
No, we were just in agreement here because I was going to just mention that, I've been on community resource for a number of years, and we've had other counselors come in and ask questions and do that. That's part of the process. And also, just not to be on a side tangent, but what Councilor Nabad said about representing folks and not yourself, I think it's important to understand there's almost 30,000 people here. Not even everyone voted. They didn't definitely vote for every one of us, but we represent all of them. And it's really important that sometimes there's a couple voices and they're important. But really, when I'm making these decisions, I'm thinking about everyone in the city. Again, there are people who, have not talked to, no matter what you do, you're not going to talk to everybody. And I think for me, when I make these decisions, I'm looking at all of the pieces, the bigger picture, and how best to represent everyone.
Okay. And just really to say to the sponsors that I think what you're hearing, I'm hearing, is that we all agree with you that we would like to kind of be kept in the know about this. And I think what I'm hearing is, a difference in opinion about the method and the vehicle for that. So are there any more? So this will go to the agenda March 31st. Any other comments before we move on? So is there any new business?
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
I don't know why I did it in the very white voice.
I liked it. Okay, so we have
I seconded it.
Motion by Council Perry, second by Councilor Dubs to adjourn. Do a vote, voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.